What is up, everybody? How is it going? What is going on? Hey, I haven't seen you in such a long time. It's been so long. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to a very, very special episode of Robeytech. I am Justin Robey, the host of the show. We are finally building our 12th gen Intel build. Finally, after so long, and really, it's been a real pleasure because we've been basically kind of planning this whole thing around having JJ from Asus, who's going to be joining us to walk you through the motherboards. And this is going to be the beginning of a series that we're going to be doing in partnership with Asus and JJ. That'll basically, every time we do a new Asus motherboard, he will be on the show to walk you through all the details, give you the skinny, really help you kind of fundamentally understand why you may want a specific build in their product stack. So he's an expert. He's absolutely a pleasure to basically interact with, and I'm super stoked that he's willing to make the time to be on the show for a number of times as we introduce a bunch of stuff. But before we get to that, and of which that'll be super fun, and we got lots of stuff coming up for that. But before we get to that, a couple things. I want to walk you guys through what's happening from the giveaway standpoint, just the kind of the show flow and all that sort of stuff. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to get our hype train out of the way, all that sort of stuff, get our giveaways nailed. Then for that, we're going to walk through the parts, and then we'll bring JJ on, who will basically then walk us through our Hero Maximus board, that ROG Maximus Z690 Hero board that we are using here on the show. And then we'll get our build done. We'll then do our giveaways at the end, and then we will say adieu. And so this should be a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun, and there's a lot to kind of walk through as we go through the day. Now, for giveaways for today's show, we have a number of them. They're pretty standard. If you haven't been here, then this might be new to you, but welcome to Robeytech first and foremost. But the way this works, if we get 2 level 5 hype trains on the show, then we'll give away one 250 gig NVMe SSD. If we get 500 likes over at youtube.com/Robeytech on the stream, we'll also give away a 250 gig NVMe SSD. And then finally, if you look over there in the corner, you'll see where it says 50. If we get 50 subs, we give away a $50 Newegg gift card. If we get 100 subs, we give away a $100 Newegg gift card. 150 subs, we give a $150 Newegg gift card. Then we give away things like 5600Xs, 5800Xs, 3060s, 3060 Ti's, etc. And by the way, if we get to the CPU portion, you'll get the choice of either a 12600K or a 5600X. So we will be giving you the option of whether you choose Intel or AMD when we give those away. So you guys get the choice. So the more subs we get, the more awesome the giveaways become. And we can start that hype train right away. Now, finally, we also have our RTX 3080 that we're giving away as a sub-only giveaway here on the channel. The way you get in on that, if you have Amazon Prime, you can drop your free Amazon Prime subscription. That gets you a free entry. If you've gotten one of the many people who've already gifted subs, then you can use that to double your entries. Now, if you want to get extra entries towards winning that RTX 3080, you can do things like gift subs. You can also do things like subscribe to Tier 2 and Tier 3. That will also get you extra entries as well. Now, if you want to know all of our rules for our giveaways and all that sort of stuff, that's all over at discord.gg/Robeytech, and all the information is there. Hence, I'm wearing my Discord partner shirt today, which is cool. Hey, Height's here. I'm pretty stoked about them. We're doing a partnership with them. We just released a review of their case, and we're going to rebuild it, send it back to them, find out what we did wrong or what is happening, because there's some people running some pretty awesome builds, and they know how much I love their case. So it's stoked to have them here. It's always good to have them and chilling. So thank you very much, Height, for going in there. Anyway, guys, let's get hype train 1 out of the way. I'd love to get this squared away so we can jump in and hang out with JJ. Height, if you want to learn a little something about motherboards, you're going to want to stick around for that whole beginning section, because I will tell you, JJ blows your mind. He is just that's so good. And so I've had the pleasure of getting to work with him a couple times, both on the Creator Challenge, and then also just getting to do a deep dive on Z690 with Newegg. And so I was like, dude, you need to come on my show. He's like, yes, let's do it. And so there we go. And from there, can we get a nose check? Of course we'll get a nose check. The question is, when will that nose check happen? You don't know. It's a secret. Okay, guys, so we got Unfitted Shin who dropped a sub. We've also got Undisputed Dude who dropped his Prime sub. So, guys, let's go ahead and get that going. Anybody going to kick it off today so we can get to this and start going from there? I need an i7 12700K. That is all. That feels like a good drop. So let's get this going and kick things off. I don't know, we're waiting for somebody, if somebody wants to get it going, so we'd love to do that. V-All dropping it, Jimmy, Juggalo Jimmy, my normal galls, my normal team, kicking it off right there. We got 2. Just need a couple more and then Hype Train begins. Thank you, Juggalo. You're amazing. Appreciate you, my friend. I need a pizza. Well, I need a pizza too. That sounds good. I haven't got to eat it all today. Foxy Driftwood dropping a gifted sub. You are amazing as well. And and all that sort of stuff here. Thank you. You're awesome. Jay Blue Eyes dropped in again. One more and Hype Train starts, guys. One more Hype Train starts. We got it off to a beginning and then bro, Robey, eat when you build. That'd be weird. I don't know if that'd be good. I'm drinking the last apple cider we have in the house right now, so I'm kind of stoked about that. I need DDR5. Look at all these people needing all this stuff. Come on, guys, one more, and then we're gonna get it going and we can kick it off and get this nailed. And we'll start doing our build. Thank you for and then it looks like Crotchety got it. There we go. Explicity. No, it's explicit. Explicit. Looks like he dropped it. 4-month anniversary. There we go, guys. We are now in Hype Train. Let's knock this off and get going from there. I need a PCR with D. Wow, nice, Tinted. I almost read that. I almost did, but then I caught myself. Eat Doritos. Like, so should I do like a Cheetos build? Literally like choose like the most expensive components and then do nothing but like basically eat, do like Cheetos, but also like G-Skill Triton Royal Z Elite. You know what I mean? And maybe do that. Nunya 3232, thank you for the 1-month sub. There's 3-month anniversary. Yeah, all over the components. Like it's like, oh, I don't need thermal paste. I can just use my Cheeto dust to cool my CPU. That seems like a good idea. Orange dust everywhere. Maybe I do it in orange build. Cougar Conquer sponsored build. I guess if we do, maybe we could do height. We could do height because if we did like white cheddar, you know, or like cheddar, like something. What's a yellow like the cheddar Lay's potato chips? Maybe we could do height brand. We need a Hype Train. There we go. I like how Height's in here getting those like trying to get their spin, which is awesome. We got to win. White cheddar. Yeah, I think white cheddar would fit well with height, which would be cool. Hawk4, we have a video coming out about that, about integrated graphics here pretty soon. Just because we have this new series coming out called Cheap, but Worth It, right? Where we're talking about a bunch of different things, like we find really good sales and all that sort of stuff to kind of get it, kind of kick it off and find out if they're worth it. And one of the ones was basically integrated graphics, gaming with integrated graphics. Gunlagger, dropping 5 community subs, taking it to, I think, level 3. We're on our way to level 3. Thank you very much, Gunlagger. We got Death Soldier 111. We're subscribing with Prime, 3-month anniversary. Thank you very much, my friend. See where we're at now. We got a Raptor. Hate taking things apart. And then I like taking things apart, but I like putting things together more. But the question is that what would you like? Would you guys be down for some of that? Like maybe like a Cheeto build? Christian McHale dropping 5 gifted subs. There we are, taking us up another tier, and we're just cranking through it right now, guys. Yeah, that for sure. It ain't easy being cheesy. I'm not used to seeing an option to subscribe on Twitch, even though I should have unused my... I'm not seeing an option to subscribe on Twitch, even though I should have. Okay, so Gudwins, you might be over at twitch.tv/newegg. So if you want to get in on the Twitch, the sub-only giveaway, you got to go over to twitch.tv/Robeytech. I am also streaming to Newegg. Newegg is a massive sponsor of ours. We super appreciate them. But if you're not seeing that, that's why. You're at the wrong thing. Oh, okay. Oh, no worries. So, hey, it's Josiah. What's up? Oh, wait, Josiah from Atlanta? Tekaroni. I like that name. Oh, well, we have a vlog. I just got finished looking at the first version of our vlog on you, Tekaroni, if that's who I think it is. For those of you who don't know, Josiah is an individual, a very, very upstanding young man who I got the chance to build with over in Atlanta. He wants to be a tech influencer someday, but you guys will see him coming up on an upcoming Intel YouTube video as well as an upcoming Robeytech blog. So yeah, it should be absolutely awesome. Yes, restream live for sure. Okay, guys, level 4, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Let's finish this out. We got JJ waiting in the wings. Yeah, he's in the video. That's right, he's in the video. We made him look good. And that's okay, because he does a good job of making himself look good. All right, as you're building this, I'm building my 12900K and Strix 3090 011 XL water-cooled build in the Asus Maximus Formula Z690. Nice, Tyler. That is a nice, inexpensive build, mind you. Hey, Godwins, he found it, and he's here. And he's welcome to the family. Appreciate it. Oh, man. 3 minutes left, guys. Come on, let's finish it out. We've never had it. Question about Ryzen AI, AIOs. No, question about AI, AIO. I'm trying to find a relatively quiet one with no bloatware. Would you say the Fancy Exclamation 1.3 is a good choice? Yes, that is a great choice. I absolutely love that one, GS Tickle Stick. That's a great name, GS Tickle Stick. Spartan 0001. There it is right there. Subscribing with Prime. We're at 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Hey, a question. How does the Z690 formula perform? How does the Z690 perform with air cooling? Oh, by the way, sorry, that reminds me. By the way, Blondie, forgot to talk to you about this. Louis Gamer, thank you very much. Oh, Lousy Gamer, thank you for the resub. 13 months, and we're now within spitting distance of beginning level 5. If you guys, as we're doing this presentation with and going through the build or the motherboard with JJ, if you have questions, Blondie, if they can find a way to curate those questions and then near the end of the segment, send them to me in email. I'd love to be able to ask those. I meant to talk to you about this before. It's been a crowded day, and I apologize. But if we can get a bunch of questions, that way, if you have questions about the boards or about Asus boards specifically, we can have JJ answer them. He will be on the show multiple times, so if you don't get to all of them, that would be totally okay. But the hope is to use this as an opportunity for you to guys directly talk to somebody from Asus about some of your questions. Nutria Paluda, thank you very much for the Prime. Ambric Spider. Thank you very much also for the Prime sub. There we are. We're at 4 minutes left. We're almost through level 5, guys. I said it sounds like I missed one. Lion Blood, thank you for tier 1. I'm making sure I didn't miss anybody. No, I got everybody. Okay, cool. Thank you for the thing. What is the best DDR4 RAM out there? That is a tough question. That's a bit tough to say. I mean, obviously, if you can get like 50, what's like the best cast latency? I think there's like 4,400 megahertz at CL16. 3,600 megahertz at CL16 would also be good. Starry Messenger 256 resubscribing. Thank you very much. Juggalo dropping another 1,000 bits. Man, you got to be getting close to that crazy next tier, dude. You've been dropping bits like crazy. Thank you very much for that, man. I really do appreciate it. 3 minutes and 52 seconds left, guys. Let's finish it out. No turkey PC with stuffing and cranberry GPU. Ooh, I'm so hungry. That's not fair. Any chance for a Mickey voice today? Okay, you guys, Height wants to do the Mickey voice today.
Okay, guys, let's hit level 5. Today, we're going to be having JJ join us, and he's going to talk about Asus motherboards. Oh, boy, it's going to be awesome. And we're going to go ahead and talk about the Corsair 4000D, and oh, my boy, Pluto. He's going to come in here and tell you all the reasons that you should not have a dog sit on your AIO. It's going to be amazing. Oh.
There you go right there. There you go, Height, just for you. I'm scared. Hey, the Keen, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Guys, 3 minutes left. Let's finish this out. I can die now. I do try very hard to be able to do. I need to do more. I need to learn more. I know there's been a bunch that you guys have requested, but that's been the bit. How did I do that? I have no idea. It's just a lot of practice. I promise not to do the whole interview with JJ doing this way. Dad joke, Mickey. Ooh, that would be tough right there. Oh, for sure. Pillsbury 101, 1 month at tier 110. Guys, 56%. You guys are really trying to, like, JJ's like, when am I going to be on? We're building it. We're building it up. We're so close. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, guys. Mr. Robey, how did you get into PC building? I got lucky. I actually had a friend of mine. His name was, I just forgot his name. Dominic was his name. And he was on my team, and I was getting ready to buy an Alienware PC. He was like, you should build a PC with me. So then I did, and I loved it. And then I said, hey, you know what? We should do this. We should build some PCs with Corsair for charity. And then, so they were like, yeah, we'd be down. And so then I did those for Extra Life for Xbox for a long time. And then Mixer started a PC building show called Power Builds. And then that led into meeting Newegg. And then that led into me building the show and all that sort of stuff. So that's how it kind of started. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, Power Builds and all that sort of stuff. Come on, guys. We're so close. We're a minute and 34 seconds. We can't not do it. We've never not done it. Well, never during a regular show have we never hit that goal. And you guys, so many of you have helped us so far, but we're like a minute and 24. There we go. Yuki-sama dropping a tier 2. We're within a minute and 20 seconds left. Let's finish it out. We're so close. 1 minute left. Hey, what's up, White Fox? What's up, everybody? 411 people here. It's still growing. Remember, you don't have to pay for Windows. Height brand, kapow, kapow, kapow. Okay, so if you have questions about stuff, Jay Blue Eyes, 1 community sub, 50 seconds left. If you have questions, DM Blondie on Discord. She will then DM me on Discord the questions, so we'll have them before the thing. 51 subs you've given, Jay. Thank you very much. Christian McHale, 5! He's like crushing it. Bam! And there it is. There we are, 33. There it is. Level 5 hype train done. Dunners. And you are welcome, Sugate. That's awesome. And there we are, level 5 completed. Okay. So, why don't we do this? Because I got JJ, I said we'd start with him about 4:30. Remember, guys, the core of this is right here. This is by the way, I don't know if you've seen this, but we're going to get JJ here joining us. But I'm going to show you this real quick. This is the Intel. I was shaking it. This is the media kit for the 12th gen CPU. So this is their wafer, and on the other picture, this is actually Alder Lake. Believe it or not, it's like a real place. So this is actually Alder Lake from 2021, and so there's a picture of this, and then it's got a little stand that goes with it. But the most important thing is underneath it, and that is our Core i9 12900K that we're going to be using in the build today. So that's the core of our PC right there. So let's get this back and out of the way. And then now, when you have a new architecture, when you have a new CPU you got to use, you got to make sure that you use a new motherboard. And so the newest motherboard that comes with this, by the way, guys. Hey, James, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. James is the ROG is the Z690 motherboards, and we're going to be using the one from Asus. And to join us to talk about that today is JJ. So let me get him on the phone. We're going to get on the mic with JJ. He's getting that right now. He's already there. He's already waiting. Okay, here we go. Now, we tested this. We made sure it worked. This should be fine. Hopefully it works. So getting him up right now. Hold on. Okay, I see him. Okay, here we go. We got JJ now. JJ, can you hear me? Okay, let's get you on. Okay, it is not going through. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. Of course, it's gonna be wacky for me. Oh, hold on. I know why. Oh, hold on. You're not coming through. One sec. I'm gonna fix that real quick. Yep. Right now, I'm just gonna get you up on our HDMI stuff, which now is being funky, which is great, but that's what it always does. Come on. Hold on, we got everything was working. We all did this fine. Everything was fine. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Hopefully this doesn't completely wreck everything again. Okay. And okay, I see it. Okay, that's good. It did not wreck everything this time, which is good. And you're on HD. Okay, cool. Let's get him up here. And you will see him now. Okay, there he is. JJ's there. JJ, can you say hi? Okay. Okay, we are on. I'm gonna pause our music because I don't want to take away your dulcet tones, right? And even though my music's great. Okay, there we go. So we got JJ now. Everybody meet JJ. JJ meet Robeytech community fans. The group. There he is. We can't hear him. Okay, JJ, there he is. And then someone is, so it should, you want to say hi, JJ?
Hey everybody, happy to be here, man. It's pretty exciting for this pretty cool stuff. And just a little bit excited to talk about some cool hardware and answer questions.
Okay, JJ, now I got to actually, oh, you know what? I know why. Hold on. This is going to device settings. Now you guys will hear him in just a second. Now you hear him. Okay, now JJ, you can say hi. There we go.
All right, there we go. Hi everybody, happy to be here on the stream. Excited to talk about some hardware, hopefully answer your guys' questions, talk about what we're doing for Z690 and 12th gen. So thanks for everybody joining the stream so far, man.
Okay, JJ, we are using, oh, you can't see me, but oh, you can see me on the stream, but I'll put it on here so you can see me here. We are using this board, which you guys sent us, which I'm pretty excited about. Do you want to walk them through? I think you've already got them up there and running and all that stuff, but why don't you walk them through this awesome board?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, with the Maximus course series, really, you know, the thing that kind of makes this series special for us is that it's kind of the best representation of kind of Asus and ROG, right? You know, we've been doing ROG for over 15 years, and kind of the Maximus series is really about kind of the highest level of performance. So when you have kind of a build like what you're doing, which is going to be a high-end enthusiast-based build, the Maximus series is really going to be for those that kind of want the best, right? It's not just that you need the best, right? But you kind of want the best. And definitely the Hero is kind of like the baseline. We've got a lot of different boards for Z690, and I know you're going to be getting a stack of them. But we've got, you know, the Hero, we've got the Apex, we've got the Formula, we've got the Extreme, and then we, of course, got the Glacial, which is just, you know, it's a whole other bracket. But I think the Hero, for a lot of people out there, is really going to be kind of this foundation to really be able to kind of give them a truly kind of high-end build with all the premium kind of features and functions. And that's what we're definitely going to dive into. And hopefully what I want to try to do is break things down in an easy enough way that we kind of target into the specific areas that people tend to kind of evaluate a motherboard from. So, you know, we'll talk a little bit about everything from kind of the board design, power delivery, audio, connectivity, UEFI features, overclocking, and of course, people's, you know, questions. But hopefully by the end of this, you guys will all be kind of experts when it comes to, you know, the Maximus Hero.
So before we get into that, JJ, why don't you give people a little bit of an intro of like what is the difference between like Z590 and Z690? Because I think some people might just be like, oh, what is new about the new motherboards?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we talk about it from like a baseline perspective, Z690, really depending on what you're upgrading from a prior generation, you know, if you're coming from 2, 3, 4 years ago, there could be quite a number of improvements. But one, we of course have support for the brand new 12th gen Alder Lake based processors, which of course support brand new microarchitecture, which is just going to essentially just give you monstrous performance. It's an outstanding part, whether you're talking about multi-threaded or single-threaded workload. The other really interesting part to this is, of course, the introduction for things like, you know, DDR5, right? You have now a brand new memory controller that's built in. Interesting, though, is that this memory controller that's built into the CPU can support both DDR4 and DDR5. So we do have motherboards within the lineup that will offer support for both. But anything that's going to be in the Maximus class series of motherboards, essentially our highest end boards, are going to be exclusively DDR5. We'll have definitely quite a number of DDR4 boards. And I think yesterday's build, I think you took when you did the Strix, right? That was actually a DDR4 based option. So we do have options under the Prime series, the Tough Gaming series, and the RG Strix lineup. But that is also another difference, right? When you're going into Z690 is going to be DDR5. On the storage side and the interface side, a lot of us, of course, focus on things like M.2 and graphics. That's a really big update for this platform, right, where you have PCI Gen 5 and you also have M.2 PCI Gen 5 support. So this is kind of a little bit confusing because, of course, there's no PCI Gen 5 devices for graphics or for M.2. But in this way, Z690 is kind of giving you this next generation level of connectivity. And connectivity, I think, is the other really big one that we talk about when you go compared to maybe prior generations, what we're getting into. So for our stack, you know, I can't speak for every manufacturer, but for Asus and Z690, you're pretty much getting a guarantee of having some form of Thunderbolt 4 support. When we talk about the ATX lineup, now not every motherboard will have it built on board, but all of them will support it via an add-in card. And pretty much all the high-end boards, including the Maximus board that we're going to talk about, does have Thunderbolt 4 built on board. So that is kind of next-gen connectivity. You add into that USB 3.2. but Gen 2 by 2. So this gets a little bit confusing. It's sometimes easier to just break it down by the speed, you know, 5 gigabits or 10 gigabits. So you're going to see essentially higher speed USB. And then, of course, all the kind of supplemental kind of I/O spec, right? So that's going to be things like networking. So 2.5 gigabit is really going to kind of be the standard, even on the entry side of the motherboards with Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 6E, kind of rounding out your connectivity. So really the way that I kind of try to tell anybody is that if you talk about the basic ways that you look at a motherboard in terms of kind of all your ins and outs and where you're plugging in hardware, you're getting an upgrade in just about every single thing that you could ask for, whether it's going to be PCI Express, the type of memory that's supported, the type of connectivity supported, right? The type of CPU and the corresponding CPU performance. And then, of course, there's all the other stuff that we bring in as a motherboard manufacturer that, we'll talk about when we get on the board side, but specifically just Z590 or prior generations moving over to Z690. Those are really kind of, I'd say, the high level upgrades that you're getting.
Okay, well, let's walk through the board that we're going to be using today. So, like I said, guys, this is a series he was talking about. Yes, we have a stack of these motherboards that we're going to be doing. And I saw some people going like, if you can even get DDR5, which is why you have DDR4 versions and DDR5 versions, because we know DDR5 is getting relatively hard to get right now. But today we're going to use the ROG Maximus Z690 Hero board. Let's talk about that board and just have you do a walkthrough of it.
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the first things here, I just want to show kind of a quick image here just for references. Where does this kind of sit in relation to the kind of the lineup of Maximus boards that we have? So if we quickly just look right here, this is the lineup of boards that we have, right? So we've got the Hero, the Apex, the Extreme, the Formula, and the Glacial, right? So these are all the boards that we have under the Maximus lineup. And while the Hero, quote unquote, is the entry, there's definitely nothing entry about it. In every single way, one of the most common confusing things that people kind of wonder about is like, what's the difference between like ROG Strix or Tough Gaming or some of these other models? Everything that we're going to talk about is going to be higher end than when we compare this to, let's say, like an ROG Strix board. So the power delivery, the networking, the I/O, the audio design, it doesn't matter. Any single one of those things are going to be upgraded. And it's really kind of be about the specific features. So let me go ahead and throw this board down here. We're going to get a little bit top level shot on it. And I think let's first talk a little bit of just about power delivery. We're not going to get super in the weeds, but I do want to kind of give a clear kind of understanding of what you get when you step up to something like a Hero board compared to, let's say, some of our other boards in the stack. So
and when he says throw it down, guys, he doesn't mean he's literally going to trash it. He means like put it on the table nicely. Stop panicking. It's okay. He's going to be nice to the board. I know he has infinite supply of them, but you know what? He's going to treat it with respect.
I wish I had infinite supply. I wish I had a magic bag of holding that I could just pull Hero boards out of, but it doesn't work that way.
I wish you did too, JJ. Yeah. You could just like pull out GPUs and like, here's a 3080 for you and a 30 and DDR5 for you.
Oh, you mean like that? Like just pull
out
GPUs?
Look at that. He's teasing.
All right. Okay. So let me go ahead and get this board here. So I've got it laid down. Let me go ahead and illuminate this for you, so you guys can at least see some of the cool effect here. Brighten this up just a smidge for you guys. And,
this is why I love doing stuff with JJ, because JJ's setup is look at how good this looks. I mean, like that's the thing is like it's almost like watching my show. Like he's got the top down and some good RGB like with his laptop there. So you guys are getting a Robeytech tech experience, but run by JJ and the Asus team. Look at that.
So here we've got the board, and the first thing you're going to notice is just the really kind of beautiful, clean, kind of matte black aesthetic, right? This has been a hallmark already for kind of generations with the ROG boards. Our pretty much goal is that we don't want to contend or compete with your build, right? When you build your system, you want to be able to define your colors, whether it's through custom cables, through RGB lighting, through whatever it is. So pretty much the board is going to be kind of monochrome, right? If you don't have any lighting, and there's not going to be anything to contend or compete, it's going to have a really premium aesthetic. Now, when I talked about, of course, the VRM, this is what we're talking about. A lot of people kind of wonder, well, what is specifically the VRM? It's the power delivery components. Now, you can't actually see the power delivery components. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys an alternate shot here just so you can actually see specifically what I'm talking about here, where I'm going to show you guys an image without the VRM heatsink. So give me 1 second to cut to that. And here, you'll kind of see a shot of all the VRM power stages exposed right there. So that's essentially directly underneath all these heat sinks, okay? And when you step up to essentially the Maximus boards, you're going to be moving over to at least a minimum. On this board, it would be 20 power stages. Now, a lot of time there people are going to be talking about, how many amps, how many phases. The reality is that even if we went all the way down to something like our entry Z690-P board, it's not going to be limiting you if you had even a 12700K or 12900K. The power delivery isn't going to be the limiting factor. We literally have so much power delivery performance on pretty much any one of the ATX boards that That's not the limiting factor. The better way for you kind of evaluate kind of the overall experience when you talk about the power delivery is more so that it's, I'd say, more efficient. So kind of evaluate it like if you had like a 280 millimeter IO and you went over to a 360, as I'm sure you know, right? When you do testing, the delta between the temps isn't that big between like a 240 and like a 360. It's there, but it lets you just run maybe a little bit cooler and a little bit quieter, right? But it's not necessarily like a massive difference. It's not like you going from like a 240 AIO to, let's say, like custom water cooling, right? And that's somewhat what we're talking about. Definitely there's going to be quite a bit more headroom in the performance of the power components that we have on those Maximus boards, but really it's more so kind of a premium implementation. So people that just prefer to have more headroom, better efficiency with lower operating temperatures, that's kind of going to be one of the key elements. So as an example here, if we go back again to the board, here you're going to have 20 power stages. Let's say like on on certain of our other boards in the stack, you might have 14 power stages. So that's kind of the difference, right? There's also a amperage number, so essentially the current handling that the power stage can provide, but that's not going to, like I said, be super critical because the reality is it's not a limiting factor. Now, the other thing is going to be, these are super large. It's a little bit hard to see from an offset kind of angle, but if you notice when I tilt up, you'll actually see that there's multiple kind of, it's tiered. It's almost kind of like an auditorium, that there's a lower level, higher level, and higher level. And we did that to, one, give you a little bit more mechanical clearance so that if you put something really big and beefy, so let me grab my bag of holding here. If you grab something like a big old, D15S, you can still fit that on there, right? Because we want to kind of reduce the likelihood of having mechanical conflict, right? And the other kind of upgrade that you're going to get here is directly around this is going to be a high performance heat pipe. Some of the other boards, they'll have really big beef VRM heat sinks, but they're not going to have a heat pipe. Okay, so all the way around, it's really this large mass VRM heatsink, which even this portion, which extends into the IO, which is RGB right here, this is going to be all aluminum right here. So even a heatsink underneath this IO display is aluminum. Here you have the heatsink, heat pipe, and then the upgraded parts, in case you're wondering, be the capacitors, the inductors, which are right underneath here, and the power stages. All of those are going to be higher end on a Maximus board than we would have on the ROG Strix board. So your capacitors are going to be higher performing, your power stages are higher performing, and the inductors are higher performing. So all three of those things. But the really important part in the last point, and I want to make sure that you got the opportunity here to, if anybody's got questions or you got questions, to note here is that the power delivery shouldn't be thought about purely from just the spec that I'm talking about. And the main reason why is I try to give an analogy of, think about it like a car. You could have like a really, really high performance car. It's got the best engine in the world. But if you had poor power, transmission, gear, body to weight ratio, the tires, so many elements that go into the totality of the car, you could put that engine in another car and it just wouldn't give you that great driving experience. You need the holistic design. And so when you go into our RG board, we really do pride ourselves in, it's not just those power components, it's not just the thermal design, but it's the PCB design on the motherboard, it's the UEFI tuning, so how we actually have our firmware work in relation to the power components and the design of the motherboard, and kind of all of that coming together to give you a really stable and reliable experience. So that's the power delivery.
And I think you hit a good point, right? And like, I think that was the other key point that a lot of people think is like, if in order to get the most out of my CPU or the most out of my build, and they're just going and building something with like a 280 AIO, and there's nothing really non-standard about it, and they're not worried about water cooling, but they still feel like they need to go buy like a formula board or an extreme board because that's going to give them more power. And that's the part that you're trying to say. That's not necessarily true. You're going to get the same performance across the entire stack. It's just a lot of the things that you're going to get in terms of, if you're wanting to run cooler, you care about efficiency, all of those things is when you start to jump off the stack, because that stuff matters to you more.
Yep, you nailed it. And again, to just kind of reassert that, if I showed again, we pull out the motherboard bag of holding. We went with something here. This is like the Tough Gaming Z590. This is only a DDR4 board. But if I put a 12900K in this, as opposed to on this extreme board, the performance is essentially almost parity. We do tune the ROG boards for a little bit better performance, but that's going to generally only be measured like synthetically, right? So if you run like synthetic benchmarks, you'll see that the board is always maybe consistently a couple % faster. But overall, you're never going to have in a situation where essentially you're not meeting the minimum performance of what Intel advertises for that part. It will be stable and reliable and fully support generally the max range of overclocking. Really, the reason why you want to upgrade the board is going to be for a lot of the other things that we're going to talk about, which is going to be kind of the features and functions and the specs, right? So like the Tough Gaming board doesn't have Thunderbolt, right? It doesn't have an ESS Saber DAC. It doesn't have custom water cooling zone headers, right? These are kind of the reasons why you want to jump into it. And I just started, like I said, with the power delivery because a lot of times when people are kind of going into quote unquote enthusiast motherboards, these high-end motherboards, overclocking and power delivery always comes up. We got you covered. Doesn't matter which ROG board you get up. It's only going to go higher end already from the really impressive power design that we had on the Hero. But either which way, don't worry about it. Essentially, it's the main thing I just want you to walk away with. You got premium components, and it's only going to get higher end if you moved up from the Hero. But really, it's a very, very, very high performance design. So the next thing there, unless you had a question there, Robey.
No, let's go ahead and start just talking about the feature specific to this MOBO now. Yeah.
So the next thing I think is really cool is going to be, let's head back over here. Oh, sorry. That's going to be for my display out. Is going to be right here is this brand new, what we call polymorph display. So this looks really cool. I mean, if you look at it, because it doesn't just look like a traditional, just lit up type of display. So we actually have multiple layers in there that essentially give you different patterns. Now you can go into the software and you can customize this. You can't customize the display, which if you guys were noticing kind of here on the extreme board where you actually see like this is individual LEDs where you actually see like the spaceship shooting and moving, that's a fully customizable. There's 222 LEDs in there. So that can be like fully customized, right? But going back here to our Hero board, this is still a really premium type of display, but you can control the colors, right? You essentially can't control those patterns, right? But you can control the colors, right? So that's, I think, a really nice hallmark, and it's a really nice type of design. Now, of course, in terms of your standard connections, you would expect you got your, your RGB headers that are going to be on the board. This board has 3 ARGB headers along with the legacy 12-volt header. You can, of course, multiplex those. So if you want to put your fans, your LED strips, whatever you want to run, you've got that covered there for you on the board. Now, one other kind of area that's going to be a little bit interesting that I want to touch on is going to be even kind of a different design perspective that we had on all your fan headers. If you notice, traditionally, fan headers are kind of grouped in different parts of the board. And we kind of set this benchmark more than 10 years ago. But what we realize now is that, especially in a higher end build, people, I think, want more of a grouped kind of cable route experience. So if you notice, we literally grouped all of the primary headers up here at the top. So 4 of them are bracketed together. And then when we go down to the bottom of the board, you're going to see kind of everything grouped together, including the other set of kind of auxiliary fan headers. So it seems like a subtle difference, but it is actually requires quite a bit of design effort, because compared to the other motherboards where you'll see like 2 fan headers up here, maybe a chassis fan header over here, something over here, and then more down there at the bottom, you essentially have, I think, a more enthusiast type of kind of oriented cable route setup, right? So,
and guys, that is huge. Come on. I mean, I'd love to get some hype in the channel for that, because I mean, all in all, as somebody who loves cable management as much as I do, to see everything clumped together to make things look clean and nice. I mean, somebody was saying, yeah, having that AIO pump thing right in the center of the motherboard was always kind of a little pain in the butt, right? And you're like, oh, how do I use those random things? So I think that's cool. And yeah, no, I super appreciate that. As somebody who cares as much about cabling as I do, I thank you. Thank you very much, Asus, for doing that.
Well, definitely. I think, that's a lot of what we're going to be getting into is going to be kind of user experience based items. So one of the other cool things that we'll talk a little bit later on one of the fan headers, actually, well, we can touch on it a little bit right now. Why not? So when we're talking about these fan headers, normally you might just bypass them and be like, okay, it's just a fan header, right? Most of us can expect that when we plug things into these fan headers, right, you're going to plug in your fans. You're going to have a 3-pin or a 4-pin based fan. But down here, and actually on one of the other chassis fan headers, if we were to get really tight and close, what we're actually going to find is that these fan headers, there's going to be one that actually has a P designation in front of it. And I think I've got a slide here. I'll bring it up here in a moment. But what the P designation means is going to be that the board supports something that we call Hydra node. And the long and short of it is normally most of us are aware that if we take something like, like this, right? This is just a PWM fan splitter cable, right? Many of us as builders will use this. We'll plug this into one header so that we can have, 3 fans grouped together on one fan header, right? That's nothing kind of new. But the really cool thing about the Hydra node is that if you use a traditional PWM fan splitter cable, all the fans have one input mirrored signal. So that means if I had, 2 or 3 fans, they're all going to run at the same exact RPM. Depending on your chassis layout, maybe different configurations. The cool thing about HydroNode is with supported fans, you could actually run each one of the fans at a different RPM. You could customize its own fan curve. So let's say if you had 2 fans running as the front intake, and then maybe you had the other fan as a bottom, whether it's an exhaust or an intake, or maybe it was routed to the top of the chassis as an exhaust or intake, you might not want it to follow the same exact fan curve as those 2 front intake fans, right? So you could change it up. So that is a really cool level of functionality, and this does actually add costs. Sometimes people wonder, is like, why are Maximus boards like so much more expensive? Well, we have to put on literally a special chip onto the motherboard that gives us this type of specialized control that can interface with these fans. The other really cool thing to the HydroNode feature is that the fans will actually be registered inside of the Armoury Crate software, and you will even see like the name of the fan and its operating lifespan. So you'll know from like day one, has it been running for 5 hours, 10 hours, 50 hours? If you actually check the measurements on fans, they'll usually give you like a reported what's called mean time between failure. So if it's like 10,000 hours or something like that, 20,000 hours, it actually will track the operating lifespan, and you could even kind of cross-reference that to kind of know how close am I in to the potential demise of my fan. Do I need to replace it or something like that? So that is a pretty cool feature. You might not realize it, but it's there in terms of those fan headers.
And I mean, I think something that you guys were saying in chat, right? Is you were saying, hey, it's very mindful. But again, I mean, especially like if you have your Obsidian 1000D, right, with 29 fans, and you're like trying to run all those through 50,000 hubs, right? And it's like you're trying to set you want to have individual curves. Like it starts to get crazy. And so now, I mean, even with things like the 5000D, which can have like 12 fans, right? To be able to use a splitter, use HydroNode fans, basically set your curves individually for each one of those things. And if you really want to optimize your airflow, you can do that now. Versus like what he was saying before, it's like you just have a single. All you do is you stick everything on a fan splitter, and they'd all run at the same speed. And then the other thing too is there's also some stuff in terms of being able to think about the placement of those fans with how they're labeled, etc. So you can identify those within the software and know where those are to be able to set your fan curves. And that's actually pretty cool. So that's one of the other reasons I wanted to have him on the show, is because a lot of people don't think, like, you sit there and think, hey, somebody just cranks out a motherboard and they don't think about some of this stuff. But there's actually a lot of thought, and like listening to you guys, the community, conversations like this where we ask questions or when feedback goes in, that end up turning into eventually features that show up on these motherboards. So yeah.
Yeah, you definitely nailed it there. And the last point that I kind of want to touch on there is that keep in mind that our fan control functionality, we have some people that like software, some people that don't like software. And the great thing is, of course, you can do full fan calibration and profiling inside of our UEFI firmware. So some people also want to call that the BIOS. It's fine, call it the BIOS. But the UEFI firmware environment, you can go in there and you can run fan calibration. When we actually get maybe into some of the demo stuff, jump into the UEFI, I can show you how that works. It's really simple. But the great thing is, it's up to you. Do you want to do it through the firmware, which is great because you don't have to be kind of contingent on, setting anything up, quote unquote, through software if you don't want to. But software is more intuitive. It's more flexible to be able to drop customized profiles and do kind of different things. So I do recommend using the software interface. One thing I will make that's also note for this generation, and I can show you guys here, although we'll show it when I get into the OS environment, but I'll just kind of show this right here. But this is the brand new UI. So we've actually brought over the actual fan control functionality that used to be in our legacy application AI Suite, and it's now also within Armoury Crate. So Z690 is the first series of motherboards that now has this full kind of advanced fan control that's also now been ported in there. So before, Armoury Crate used to pretty much be just for your RGB management, but now it's kind of getting more holistically integrated to cover a lot of the functions that we used to have in our older AI Suite application, and also now built in there. So everything, again, that I talked about, from the fan calibration, where we'll detect kind of the minimum, the maximum speeds of the fan, to where you can go ahead and set your fan profiles, to the HydroNode functionality. That's all going to be within Armoury Crate. The last thing that I also touch on that's just kind of pretty cool is we do have exclusive to the higher end boards like the Maximus series, is we have something called AI cooling. And what AI cooling does is actually, again, there's hardware functionality that will track the temperature. What we actually found is a lot of times users, when they get all their fans set up, they don't necessarily calibrate all their fans. They don't actually kind of have the board figure out what is their minimum and maximum operating speed. So what we do is that we can actually measure the real-time temperature of the system, and we'll automatically bring down the fan curve to have your system be quieter, and then that will be at a slight offset of temperature, right? So if, let's say you were like operating at like 55 C or something like that, it would bump up to potentially up to about 60 before it would force a ramp to kind of maintain a cooled temperature environment. But your fans would drop down significantly. Let's say they were like averaging like, I don't know, 1400, 1500, 1800 RPM, whatever your fans might be. We'll actually have them drop down to well below like 1200 RPM. So now all of a sudden, if you're just browsing the internet, if you're just looking at photos, if you're watching the latest Robeytech stream, right, you can have your system be as quiet as possible, and you didn't even have to think about fan calibration profiling. It's literally just a button, enable AI cooling, and the board will automatically take care of that from a hardware level. Again, you don't have to use any software to do this. The board will do this on a hardware level.
That's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. And I know we're going to talk about some other features like the same thing around overclocking and all those things. But the thing is that there's a lot of stuff that you guys are using AI for, and microcontrollers that are on the board, etc., that bring up costs that come up with some of this stuff too, right? So,
yeah. So let me actually just answer one question here before I go to one of the next, one of the next kind of design points here. So it seems like Michael's got a question here asking, when, if ever, would it possibly be to see postcode readouts and clear CMOS buttons become more standard on our motherboards? So this is really interesting. One, if you didn't know, now you know tip is, or maybe now you know insight, is Asus is actually the inventor of the clear CMOS button. So if you like clear CMOS, you like Asus and you like RG because we're the ones that invented it and put it on motherboards. Before that, you had to actually have a pinned jumper that you would actually have to short the headers, which if you have a motherboard that doesn't have it, this is how you do it anyways. You actually have to short the contacts, or you take out the CMOS battery, or whatever it might be. But this is just one of the long history of kind of design innovations that we've had. But why don't you necessarily see it? One, statistically, when we've done actually polling, keep in mind we are the world's largest motherboard manufacturer in the world, so we really have a really good understanding of kind of the widest range of users. Only actually about 25% of users in the enthusiast segment even overclock their system. This is even considering people that actually buy, oddly enough, K parts and have overclock enabled motherboards. So there are some users that literally just run a high-end enthusiast system with corresponding parts, but they don't run it. Now, on any kind of high-end class of stuff, you're always going to get the clear CMOS button. But it does add cost to introduce this function on, let's say, a much more entry-level board. And kind of the balancing act from us is more so is that, would it make more sense to put something like a clear CMOS button, or maybe another M.2 slot, or an M.2 heatsink, or another 2 USB ports? Or a similar spec that we probably would see more people benefit from, if that kind of makes sense. I think a really good example of this would be, I'm going to go to another board of holding here, but the integrated I/O shelf, right? This is also something Asus invented. We pioneered. We put this on a motherboard before anybody else, and now you've seen it roll out to many motherboards, even like our entry, like B and H series motherboards. Some of them have an integrated I/O shield, right? I think it makes more sense to put something like this than this is essentially like a clear CMOS button on every motherboard, right? So that's kind of somewhat our perspective. The other, I think, question was, he was wondering, what was it? Oh, the debug readout, right? So that's, if we get back to our motherboard here, what the user's asking there is like, why don't you see this little guy? This on more motherboards, right? Well, we have already kind of done that. We also invented something that was called the QLED diagnostic system, which on motherboards that feature it, instead of having this debug readout, we give you 4 LEDs that are on the motherboard that would light up for your CPU, your DRAM, your graphics card, or your boot device. So that's one of the things we think we've already kind of pretty much migrated. And I think every one of our boards pretty much in the lineup has this QLED technology. It might not have this readout. And I'll give you one last kind of insight tip there before we move to the next point, is that the readout, while it seems useful, it's not necessarily always accurate. You still do want to build up a foundation of understanding troubleshooting. And I'll give you a really good example of this, is that you can have a debug readout, but it could flag to you, let's say, like a memory code. But it might not actually have anything to do with the memory on your system. It could actually be linked to something else. So an example of this might be, maybe you incorrectly set a memory divider. So you set something wrong in your UEFI that trains kind of a memory fault, makes you think, oh, my memory's faulty, or I've got to do something with my memory. But actually the issue is the setting that you applied, right? Or it could also maybe be your memory controller that's inside your CPU. And so you need to debug aspects of how your CPU is defined to work. Or it could be a limitation of the memory controller on the CPU. So The other kind of challenge to this is that while it can be useful, it's not really the end-all be-all option that sometimes people think that really will give you everything to clearly understand troubleshooting, if that kind of makes sense, right? Is that you still kind of sometimes need more information, and you kind of have to have a little bit better understanding sometimes to work through some of the more advanced issues. But
and that's why they're trying to ship the JJ microcontroller.
More boards.
That's why they're trying to ship the JJ microcontroller. So JJ basically comes with every single PC, and he just tells you what's wrong. Like, hey, you put the wrong thing in, you moron. No, I'm just kidding. He wouldn't say moron. He'd be much nicer. That'd be the Robeytech version. But all in all, that's what they're working on. They haven't been able to bottle him up quite yet to that degree. But hey, guys, I want to ask real quick, are you guys enjoying this? Are you learning a lot? Because we're just trying to give you a bunch of information, and I feel like this is useful, and we're trying to get, again, feedback is always necessary. Let us know in the Discord if this is stuff that you'd like us to continue doing, because again, I'm learning. I always love doing this stuff, but I'd love to know if you are too. So yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going and keep running through this stuff.
So
I'm so smart now. Nice tinted Bobcat gamer.
We get closer here on the board, right? We're just doing kind of tours. What kind of shows up? What kind of gets interesting? Of course, you're going to get your standard buttons. I'm not going to really go over those, but the flex key button is kind of interesting. This little button is actually a remappable key, so you can do different things with it. You could have this boot straight into the UEFI. You could have it to customize your RGB lighting. So if you wanted to turn your RGB lighting off, you can do different things. So that's something that you'll see on the Maximus series boards. Now, if we go down here, this is kind of interesting, right? You might be wondering, well, why do I seem to have like a supplemental PCI Express power connector, right? So on specifically for Z690 and the Maximus Hero boards, you'll see right below that, right, you've got that nice USB-C header, right? On all the higher end boards, right, you're going to have not only USB 3.Gen 2 by 2, so 20 gigabits, right? But this connector, when powered with this supplementally, you don't have to power it, will be able to then support full quick charge 4.0 technology. What that means is you can essentially have up to 60 watts of output power through the front cable on your chassis. So if you wanted to maybe output power to, let's say, you know, a new phone that has support for ultra high speed charging, you know, a tablet, even actually theoretically like a laptop, right? Because there are many laptops and many that Asus make that support, you know, 65 watt charging right through USB-C. You could do that through the front connector. So this is something that you won't see. Again, if I go and kind of compare this, let me just put as a comparison. If I put the tough board, you'll see that the tough board has the USB-C header, but it doesn't have that PCI Express header, right? So that PCI Express power header along with the specialized chip is going to give you that up to 60 watt power output for quick charge 4.0. Okay.
And I think the other thing that people don't know is one of the things that I think Asus, I think MSI has been doing this too, is that they're also using it as potential booby traps. So should you have a home invasion, you can use that 60 watts to ward off a potential intruder. Some of the M.2 shields can be taken off for shivs. Like, so there's a lot of things. Like if you ever are in the a zombie apocalypse, maybe getting a hold of one of these boards might save your life one day. Isn't that the point? Wasn't that one of the reasons why,
does
JJ?
Not advocate anybody getting shivved. Just disclaimer.
Okay.
Just disclaimer. I'm just putting that out there. So continuing our kind of little tour here of kind of interesting headers before we get into the center of the board, right? We got standard stuff that we'd expect. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to seem, again, not like a big thing, but again, this is a premium thing on the Hero. One of the most popular chassis that's out there in the enthusiast segment is actually one that we make. It's the RG Helios. A lot of people really like this big chassis for kind of custom water-cooled builds, but it's got a lot of front I/O. And one of the big things that throws people for a loop is that it has 4 USB 3 ports on the front. But to run that, you need, depending on the chassis, it could be a Type-C, or it could be a 30-pin, or it could require dual 30-pin. So because of different chassis that are on the market, depending on when they were designed, when they were developed, what their front I/O mix is, we give you that Type-C, but we also give you dual front 30-pin. So most motherboards you're going to see are only going to give you one standard 30-pin and then generally one Type-C, but not dual 30-pin USB. So that is going to be another kind of like, again, it seems small, but it is a premium kind of upgrade. We move down here. This is another pretty cool thing that, again, is exclusive to the Maximus series, but this is what we call our water cooling zone headers. So if you're going to do like a custom water cooled setup, this actually lets you have direct flow monitoring and temperature inlet and outlet monitoring. A lot of people end up buying like a custom little adapter for this. You don't need to do that. You can just get the corresponding monitor adapter, right? Bits, power, EK. There's many partners that produce these, but you can just run that into the header. And the really cool thing is that now in this generation for Armory Crate, we will give you the readout for that information in Armory Crate. So you can actually see water flow and temp inlet and temp outlet. So that is built onto the motherboard. You don't actually have to go and buy like an external hardware piece to be able to actually have that type of monitoring. And the cool part is that is also matrixed into the UEFI firmware. So you have that information available.
Yeah, and that's
so again,
rad.
Seems like a small point, but a very premium feature, and also is kind of in line. People that build like on a Maximus board are, I'm not going to say most of them, but many will be considering custom water cooling, right? So moving from here, as we kind of keep going, most of this stuff is going to be pretty standard, right? You would expect as far as, USB, more fan headers, right? The Hydra node, more core standard RGB connectors. And then right here is going to be the audio. Now, this right here is going to be special. This is the Supreme Effects audio design. So all of our motherboards do feature an isolated audio design. So actually, that's that little line right there. There's an entire kind of isolated audio path. But the big upgrade for the Maximus boards will be that these feature an ESS Saber DAC built on the motherboard, along with the ALC 4082 audio codec. So we're giving you the latest high quality audio codec that's out, which replaces kind of the older 1200 series, which had been used for quite a number of years. And now it's the new 4000 series audio codec. But we're also putting in an ESS Saber DAC on board. So that is a big upgrade between quote unquote, let's say like Tough Gaming or ROG Strix, right? Which have isolated audio, very good quality audio, but they won't have that same caliber of having the ESS Saber DAC and amp, which is built on board. Okay.
Okay.
So, any questions there?
No, I mean, all in all, this makes sense. I mean, all in all, guys, I think what we're trying to do is like, my favorite part about this is just showing you, and I think one of the things that I've done, and I was telling JJ when we first met that I used to do these motherboard overviews, but one of the things that you're seeing, and I think he's doing a really good job, is just showing you some of the premium, like as you step up, it's not performance, it's just other things that you might have to do as you're doing a build, whether that's water cooling, whether that's a DAC, whether that's, that might be, dual, USB 3.2, USB 3 connectors, like all those sort of things, like it's really coming across. It's like, as you start thinking up, it's more about what potential you have for your build and not necessarily about performance, which is the part that I think is really key.
Yeah, you nailed it right there. So here, I think we get into one of the next kind of interesting parts, which is going to be M.2. A lot of people, you love your M.2. So really the baseline for us was that on Z690, pretty much all the way down to our entry-level Z690-P, it's going to at least be 3. And then moving pretty much all up to all Maximus, you're going to get up to 5 M.2 SSDs. So on the default board,
5!
You're going to...
5!
Yeah. So default, right off the bat, you're going to get 3 that are going to be built onto the motherboard. And then you're also going to get this really cool guy. Let me show you right here. This will come inside the box. It's not optional. You get this really nice PCI Gen 5 M.2 expansion card. So it's got this massive heatsink on there. There's 2 M.2 slots on there. So you add those 2 plus the 3 that are on the motherboard, and that gives you a total of 5 that are on there. So let me show this to you guys just a little bit closer up.
That's cool.
This is all full aluminum, right? So it's super heavy. And then you can see you've got your 2 M.2 slots right there. You can put on your drives. Of course, it's matched to be complementary in terms of the color design of the motherboard, right? And it is important. Keep in mind that is a PCI Gen 5 certified card because, again, in the future, when there's PCI Gen 5 M.2 SSDs, you'll either need to have an electrical slot or a card that has been designed to support that speeds. And that is a difference definitely compared to some of the more entry-level boards, which all will support PCI Gen 5 through the graphics card slot, but they may not support PCI Gen 5 through the actual M.2 slot that's on the motherboard, okay? Now, when we get to the M.2, you'll notice here, right, I just pulled that off. Now, one thing I just want to show you, we already started doing this a little bit before, not specific to Z690, but again, not everybody upgrades year to year. Robey gets to look at new motherboards all the time, but if you're coming from a motherboard from a few years ago, one nice thing that we did is we added captive screws to all the M.2 heatsinks. So if you notice, if I unscrew that, there's no screws that fall off. They don't come off because they're captive. So it's a nice, just kind of little premium kind of design. Another thing that we introduced last year, again, another ROG innovation, Asus innovation, was what we call the M.2 Q latch. So many of us know the pain of installing an M.2 SSD. And normally what do you have to do? You'd have to install this standoff. You'd have to have a very small screw. You'd have to have a precision tip screwdriver, ideally magnetized, all of that, and to do it. But now all you need to do is just angle in your M.2 SSD, right? So let me see if I can do this backwards here, right? Slot it down, and then from there, lock it in place. And that's it. No tools required to actually install the drive. And pretty much on all of our motherboards, but of course on Maximus series, you're going to have this, what we call Q latch design. So that's a really nice feature. Now, one other thing too here, and I want to make sure, Robey, if we're seeing anybody who's got questions on this, is most of us are aware, right? We've got M.2 thermal pads, right?
Yep.
And we've been applying thermal pads for the top of the SSD. Now, this M.2 SSD, you'll notice that there's no NAND on the back.
Yep.
There's NAND on the front, right? But as you get to larger and larger densities, you can actually have NAND on the front and on the back, right? So again, we started this last year. We're the first to do it, was implement dual contact thermal pads. So you actually see that there's a thermal pad here on the back and then the thermal pad on the front. So you do want to remove the thermal pad on both if your M.2 SSD has NAND on the front and the back so that you get better thermal dissipation, okay? So that is also going to be a premium point. If we take a look at something like maybe the Tough Gaming, they're all going to come with a lot of these M.2 heat sinks. So it give you very good performance, but they might not all have like this really nice dual M.2 thermal pad design, okay? So that is going to be another kind of point of differentiation when we talk about the M.2 based configuration, okay?
Yep.
So
now, one question that did come up that I did see come up with zoom past there with chat was like, if I have an RTX, you know, a 3080 or 3090, and then I've got 5 M.2 and I throw in that extra drive, am I going to get full bandwidth across all of my M.2s in that case?
Yeah, so you still want to remember that, of course, Z690 is not an HEDT platform, right? So you still only have Intel is giving you more PCI Express lanes, like you have a by 4 designated lane that comes from the CPU, that even if you had a high performance GPU installed, you'd be able to maintain that at full by 16. But if you start installing multiple M.2s across all the slots on the motherboard, so again, I can go here to like an example. If I go to my Tough Gaming board, where you can see I've got on this Tough board, you've got 4 M.2, so 1, 2, 3, 4. If I do all of that populated, that primary is going to drop down to by 8, okay? But keep in mind, that is PCI Express by 8 Gen 4, okay? In our measurement analysis, there's essentially almost no scenario where you will have a measurable performance difference. A lot of people are obsessed with keeping the by 16. It doesn't effectively matter. You don't have to worry about keeping the by 16. In our testing, the only kind of users that we feel that would potentially have this as being something they really, really would want to try to do would be either one, GPU compute. So this is generally for people that are going to be using their graphics card for like specialized kind of GPU analysis. They're not running kind of games. They're really saturating the card. The other segment would be ultra high refresh rate 1080p gamers. We have noticed there's a little bit of sensitivity in the bus that if you're like somebody that is got something like our ROG Swift 360 hertz monitor and you're driving ultra high refresh rate, you could see a little bit of a measurable difference. You know, might not be again huge, but it could be enough in that very high echelon of ultra high refresh rate gaming that if you want to kind of make sure I'm getting every single frame, that you would want to do that. And again, you'd have to have the right GPU too. If we're talking something just like a 3070, it's not even going to be a factor. Yep. You really have to be in that overclocked 3080, 3080 Ti, 3090, 6900 XT kind of class of graphics card to even be in that type of discussion. Okay.
Okay, let's ask another question real quick and then we'll go into a question for JJ. The Z690 is the only difference between the DDR5 and DDR4 motherboards in the RAM, or is there differences in the chipset?
No, so yeah, that's a great question. There's no differences in the chipset. So fundamentally, when we talk about all those base things that I initially talked about, if you pick a DDR4 board versus a DDR5 board, essentially everything will be identical from the chipset perspective. There's no difference. They both still run the Z690 chipset. The memory controller that's inside your 12600K or 12700K or 12900K is what is determining that in the layout from the motherboard. So effectively, there of course will be differences between some DDR5 motherboards. It might come with more specs, more features, but there's no difference between Z690. They're essentially the same exact chipset. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. We'll keep going, and then I got a couple more questions near the end.
Yep, sure. So let me go back here to our board, and then we'll get into some of the other little kind of interesting things. So one of the other interesting parts too that we added in is, let me go ahead and grab my graphics card. I'm sure some people are going to be, of course, a little bit jealous, and trust me, I don't even have a 30 series card, so I feel your pain. Okay, so you can see right here, I've gone ahead and installed the graphics card, and now normally to access your graphics card, it would be a little bit of a challenge, right? Because you'd have to kind of access this little button right down here, right? But what we went ahead and did is, if you notice right here, there's this nice little button, and this is another, again, ROG innovation. This is not exclusive to just Maximus series, though, so I'm really happy to tell you that even if you took a look at our ROG Strix boards, they will feature this feature. But this is called Q Release. Instead of having to kind of get in there and try to push that down, I can just press this button, and when I press this button, I can eject the graphics card.
Can I just get can I get hype in the channel for that? Because that is huge. I don't know, you guys have seen me do a lot of builds where I've had to take out and I'm like grabbing my iFixit, using my little thing to get that popped up and get that out. So just having a button that pops that out. Yeah, see a lot of people, ooh, that's nice. There we go. Height gave you the Raptor. We got height. So look at all these people like, there we go. There's some nice hype for that one. That one's awesome, JJ. That makes me so happy.
I'm going to go ahead and just show that just one more time in case anybody just missed it. So again, the main thing that we showed off here is everybody knows that this is the Q slot. And again, if you didn't know, another thing, we were the ones that invented this wider Q slot. Before, they used to be these really thin little latches. We put this bigger Q slot on there to make it easier, but as things have now got bigger, it's become more challenging, right? So the big benefit here is, again, this button, right? All I need to do is I have my card installed, and if you notice here, I'm just going to pull the graphics card. It's locked. I can't remove it out, but all I need to do now is just hold down this button. Once I hold down this button, I can pull out the graphics card.
Yeah.
So it is a really cool feature. It's called Q Release. It's not exclusive to the Maximus board series, but I'm showing it because it's on the Maximus board, but pretty much on any of the ROG Strix models, except for the, of course, mini ITX and the Micro. All the ATX boards have it, and all the Maximus boards have it, except for the Glacial. The Glacial doesn't have it because, of course, it's just one big, massive water block on there. But otherwise, this is a very cool innovation that we have here on our boards.
So Height was asking, they said, hey, JJ is a wizard. What kind of magic is this? Honestly, I will tell you this right now, and JJ will probably attest to this. The magic is customer feedback. It's listening to your customers and using that as a way to say, how can I make their lives better? I mean, as somebody who worked on video games and then, you know, just knowing the kind of customer, like basically you guys are customer obsessed in a lot of ways, and so this is their way of finding that stuff. So that's the magic. And the same thing for you guys, Height, is basically it's just listening to what your customers want and then trying to find good ways for them to have a better life.
100%. That is 100% the case. So the next thing here, I can't show you easily, so I'm just going to go to a rear just shot here, right? But I showed it before when I showed off, of course, the Prime board. But we can show right here is that if we take a look at the rear I/O, this is going to be super stacked, right? You can, of course, see that you've got 2.5 gig LAN, you got Wi-Fi 6E, you got the other big thing here is that if you'll notice, right, you've got 10 gigabits for pretty much almost all the ports. You've got Thunderbolt 4 built on board, right, as opposed to an add-in card. You've got the USB BIOS flashback and the clear CMOS. So very, very stacked I/O. And while most of the users are not going to be using that HDMI that's on there, that is also another kind of premium upgrade, is that an HDMI 2.1 port as opposed to a older on many of the other motherboards, you generally will find that it's like a 2.0 class port. So even that kind of output configuration has been designed to kind of align with the new XE graphics that are in these 12th gen series CPUs. So the I/O, you also saw that, of course, it has the integrated I/O shield. So if you've got an older motherboard where you used to have to kind of put in the I/O shield, this is much simpler. You don't have to remember anything. It's built on board. And a little inside tip, if you didn't know, it's not just simpler, it's actually safer. One of the things that people don't kind of understand is that if you forget to put in your I/O shield, you actually expose your system to a higher degree of ESD and EMI, so electrostatic discharge and electromagnetic interference. And this can actually present itself issues when you go to kind of post and power on your system. So us integrating it on there, it actually means so you get generally a better experience from your build because you have a lower likelihood of having discharge issues. Because when you go to, let's say, plug in something like a flash drive, you might not realize, but you're carrying static through your body through this and then plugging that in. So if you forget literally to plug in your IO shield, you're actually, every time you're kind of inserting or removing something, you're increasing the likelihood that you could be passing things over. Now, we build in special what are called ESD diodes on the motherboard itself to kind of absorb this, to help to make sure that the board maintains a reliability over time. But when you build in the IO shield, one of the reasons why we also did that wasn't just because of convenience. It was also to make the boards literally more reliable and more durable over time. So
that's awesome.
Inside tip there.
There you go. Nice little inside tip, guys. You should basically just think about that from now on, because I don't think a lot of people actually probably consider that. Okay, Gigi, we got about 4 minutes left. What else can we get through?
Yeah, so I think now the next thing is that we've kind of gone through this tour here. So I want to actually show some of the cool stuff that we've got in the UEFI environment, right? So let me go ahead and get my display connection up here. And we're going to plug into this. Now, I'm using here, this is the Maximus Z690 Extreme, but the UEFI is identical. So there's no kind of quote unquote like difference just because I'm using the Extreme board as opposed to using the Hero. I just wanted to have the Hero board out as opposed to running this demo. And Robey knows this because I ran a very similar kind of demo on the Hero already. So it's apples to apples. It's just, I'm just using this board specifically to show you guys the UEFI environment, but it's the same.
There's no tomfoolery.
Yeah, no tomfoolery. So I think one of the main things is that, you know, a lot of times when we talk about the UEFI, we might just talk about it kind of this normal kind of thing that we're kind of tweaking and tuning, making adjustments in terms of, you know, normal things like disabling CSM, checking if our hard drives are there, maybe doing stuff with some fan controls, right? But there's a lot of stuff that we do built in, especially for the RG series boards, that I think help to give you a better experience. So let's quickly take a look at some of these cool things. So let me go ahead and switch over here. Hopefully it will output. There we go. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and reboot, get into my UEFI here quickly. So give me a second, guys.
And then while you're doing that, let me ask the next question. This one's from Org Chaos. He says, some of the boards were reported to have a large air cooler actually block the first by 16 slot. Has this been made clear up front? There was issues with the 590 boards that you couldn't use the first M.2 slot with a 10th gen board that was buried in the manual, often in tiny text because it was PCIe Gen 4.
Yeah, so if you remember, I did show you already there the Noctua D15S on the board, right? So that is a very, very large already cooler, right? So again, I showed you guys that cooler, right? I showed it on the Maximus Hero. So this is about as big as you would realistically get. Most people are probably going to be using AIO, but you can still have access to this. And we have also worked with partners like Noctua to update their QVL. Initially, at the very launch, Noctua incorrectly had some of the coolers listed as incompatible when they actually technically were, physically could fit. So we had to kind of work with them to kind of just measure everything and make sure that it cleared their kind of tolerances. One thing I will say is that they will still note sometimes that there's a quote unquote mechanical obstruction, but this isn't necessarily accurate, at least from our perspective. The reason being is that it may kind of make a slight contact with the top part of the VRM heatsink, but it's not obstructed. So it just means that like it might almost essentially be touching it, like resting there, right? But it's not that it's kind of physically obstructed from being able to actually be installed, right? The good thing is, as we'll see more and more people build, you'll be able to see reference examples exactly how, you know, kind of things get bracketed and mounted on there. And I did actually forget to note that, so let me just show you while I get into the UEFI. But if anybody asks, right, I know a lot of people have asked about this, but on Asus boards, we do have dual mounting holes. So you have socket 1200 and socket 1700 mounting holes. Now, I still do recommend that you do get your 1700 bracket from your cooler manufacturer as your optimal form of contact, but it's kind of like as a good interim option. Like if you've got your cooler, you want to get it mounted, you can kind of run it there until you can get the native 1700 bracket.
Cool. And then the last question you just asked is, it was just saying like if there's an issue with running the top M.2 slot, because remember some of them required you had to have PCIe Gen 4. I don't know. I don't even know what the question is. I think it's just a statement.
I think what he might be asking about there is that on Z590 specifically, because it supported 10th and 11th gen series CPUs, right? There were Z590 boards where the M.2 slot only was enabled if you had an 11th gen CPU. And that isn't applicable here because you can't run older CPUs. You can only run 12th gen CPUs on this board. But on Z590 specifically, there were scenarios that some people had like a 10900K as opposed to 11900K, and they would run that, and then some slots weren't active. But that's because the PCI Express lanes from the CPU weren't there, because 11th Gen gave you those PCI Express lanes.
Got it.
So that was detailed in the manual, but that's not, I guess it's not an Asus limitation. That was just a limitation of essentially the PCI Express lanes that were defined by the CPU, right? So depending on what you installed is what you were able to have access to.
Okay. I think Org's part was just saying is if there was anything like that in the new one. It doesn't sound like there was. If it was like a little bit more clear, like maybe on the M.2 it said this was only active for 11th Gen or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the couple of things that I just want to show you here that are kind of cool. I'm now inside the UEFI environment, guys, and some of the cool things that I think you might appreciate is going to be one is going to be here. If we actually go to the top. A premium point on these ROG boards is going to be, if you notice here, it says MemTest. So this is pretty cool. If you're setting up your system and you just want to make sure your memory's okay, especially with so many people now adopting into DDR5 for Z690, this is a really great feature. Literally, all you need to do is just reboot into the UEFI. You don't have to kind of download this utility. You don't have to pay for it, create a bootable flash drive or anything. Just literally go into the UEFI, click the button, and what you'll see is it'll reboot, and it'll actually reboot straight into the MemTest environment. So I think this is a really great feature when you want to actually just test your memory, make sure that your system's okay, because statistically, the most common components that fail are going to be your PSU, memory, and then operator installation issues, right? Which can be a number of different things. So just being able to check your memory is a great thing. And we'll even talk about a way that ROG boards help you to actually check your PSU and your other hardware by the fact that they include AIDA64 as a license included with the board. It does not cost you anything. Literally, the full version of AIDA64 would give you the full license. So you can see it's booted there into MemTest, and you could let it run its duration until it passes. I'm just going to go ahead and escape because I don't want to bore you guys with the test. But we will go ahead and get out of there. And this does actually even save a log file, so you could actually even see the log file information if you wanted to, which is pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that is actually really cool. This is the stuff that always makes such a big difference. So,
yeah, and again, this is going to be a premium design point, right? Where, of course, this is one of the benefits that you get when you buy an ROG board, is going to be that inclusion. So let me reboot back here into the UEFI, and then I'll quickly show you this kind of cool AIOC functionality that we have and kind of how it works.
And guys, the AIOC, which is like the last thing we're doing here, we're actually going to be using AIOC ourselves. In this, from the build that we're doing, we're going to be doing our testing on it and doing our whole thing. And then again, so you're getting a little bit of insight into the video that'll be out in 2 weeks that we'll be doing on this. But this was something like I learned about when I was talking with JJ when the 12th Gen was just coming out, and some really cool stuff here, especially if you're wanting to get into overclocking and you just don't know how, or you just feel kind of concerned about it. This is a great option for you.
Yeah, so let's show you just quickly how this works. We won't kind of go through the full demo, but I just want to show you guys quickly kind of just two ways. So we should be able to show these to you guys in literally a couple of just minutes here. So I want to quickly actually we'll go into base windows. We're going to show you what the base numbers look like, and then we'll enable it and we'll show you what the difference is. And you guys can pretty much just see how easy it is. All you need to do really to enable AIOC is to pretty much just build your system, run a normal thermal load, which you could use something like Cinebench if you wanted to. Just go to stress test, run it for 30 minutes, and that will create a thermal load. Or play games for a couple of hours just at stock, and we'll track your temperatures, right? And so all you would need to do is that you can see right here, there's this button that says AIOC Guide. You would click on this and click on this AIOC. But I want to show you guys from the baseline what is kind of the normal expectation of what you could see. So I'm just going to load defaults so you guys can actually see what would the system look like if it was 100% stock. So this is 12900K. It's an ROG Strix LC 280mm AIO, right? And I'm also going to do what's called force Intel defaults. This means the motherboard is going to fully adhere to Intel's stock operating parameters for the 12900K, okay? So we're just going to go ahead and reboot quickly into the OS right here. We'll show you kind of what the default values are. Then we'll actually enable AIOC from within Windows. But you guys also, I just showed you right there that you can do this within the UEFI. So it's kind of up to you. If you want to do it in the BIOS UEFI, you can do it there. If you want to do it in Windows, you can do it in Windows. Either which way, it doesn't matter. And AIOC is on all Maximus series boards and ROG Strix series motherboards. So this is, again, kind of one of these features if maybe you're looking at something like a more entry prime board like a Dash P, or you're taking a look at the tough gaming board, they won't feature our Asus AIOC. Now, this doesn't mean you can't manually overclock the motherboard. All Z690 motherboards can be manually overclocked. Just means that you're going to have to be more knowledgeable about kind of defining all of the overclock parameters. And the great thing is here, you don't need to really know anything. We have literally spent thousands of hours with hundreds of CPU samples to build this data set. So we're in the OS here. So let's go ahead and we're going to use XTU because I'm just using that as Intel's kind of default utility, right? Just for reference, guys. So we're going to go ahead and open this up. And all we want to show you guys here is essentially what is the baseline kind of operating parameters, right? So if we go ahead and scroll down here quickly, you guys will see the baseline operating parameters. We can see we've got P cores and we have E cores, right?
Yep.
So we can see right there, 49 is pretty much our all core overclock. So if we were like to open up Cinebench or something and we were to just see the frequency, it's going to be 4.9 under all. And then we can boost up to 5.2 on one core, okay? And then right there on the E cores, you can see 37 up to 39, okay? So that's pretty much the baseline of what the CPU runs at. So let's go ahead and now just open up Armory Crate. And you guys might be surprised by Armory Crate. This is the brand new UI. It's got all kinds of really cool integrated monitoring in it. So you can actually see CPU frequency, temperatures, control your fans. All of that stuff is now built in there. You can see like your CPU information, BIOS, right? All that stuff. But you can see right there, there's a button that says click AI overclocking. I'm just going to click that and hit OK. So I'm going to go ahead and let it reboot. And I can cut away. Hopefully nobody thinks I'm doing anything fully. If I go to full screen here, it's just going to reboot. Actually, it'll be rebooted pretty quick. So let's just keep it so that people see that this is a seamless reboot right here. But essentially right now what's happening is that the motherboard has analyzed the CPU that we have installed. So this would work again. It could be an i5, it could be an i7, it could be an i9. You could have a 240 millimeter IO, 360, a 480, a custom water cooling system. Whatever is the cooling performance, we track that cooling performance and we'll apply the overclock based on the CPU and the cooler performance. If you notice right there quickly within the boot up, it gave us like an overclocking percentage. And the other important thing is that this is happening on firmware. Some people will call this software overclocking. This is not software. This is working literally on the firmware level, just like if you manually tuned all the values yourself. You could literally uninstall Armory Crate and the overclock doesn't disappear because it's been programmed into the UEFI firmware. So the reboot has happened, and I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Any questions that we're seeing there, Robey? Or
no, not so far. I think the only question I've gotten was, when is Asus releasing the Robeytech branded Mobo? And I don't.
Let's see. Yeah, if we can get, like I always tell people, we never say never. So it's up to you guys in the community. If you guys want to see a special limited edition, maybe a certain colorway, maybe a certain series, why don't you guys let us know? Shoot me an email. pcdiy@asus.com. Let's see if we can make that happen, okay? Special limited edition production run, right? Exclusive through Newegg, right? Right.
Yep, exactly.
But I do see one question here I want to answer quickly. Somebody was saying, hey, more of a general alternate question, but I was wondering if JJ had any idea what is causing the ring cache to be less overclocking this gen. Actually, ring cache overclocking has always been historically actually more limited. It's one of the mechanisms that Intel gives you to be able to scale efficiency and increase performance. But we have actually auto rules that are built in place where you don't actually want to drive the actual cache ratio or the ring bus too aggressively, because if you do, it will actually sacrifice frequency. It essentially just means that you're going to be compromising the stability of the CPU earlier than you'd like, limiting your overclocking potential. This is actually one of the benefits of AIOC is that we literally have thousands of hours of learning experience where we've tested all these parameters and we know what is going to be a limiting factor versus non-limiting factor. And users that might manually go in there and define some cache ratio, which they think is beneficial to them, actually could be hurting themselves, right? You can also find out more about this if you're interested. You can check out our in-depth overclocking guide, or I'm sure I can interface with Robey and give him some of the kind of nitty-gritty OC information if you guys really want to know that. But now we've gone ahead and opened up Intel XTU, right? So if you remember, we peaked out at 52, right? Now let's look at our values. Now all core at a minimum is going to be 5.1 gigahertz, And you can see we've moved all the way up to even having 52 be now on more cores, and 54 now being actually our highest level of overclocking on 3, 2, and 1. And on top of that, you can also see we've even overclocked the E-cores. So your E-cores have been bumped up from 38 all the way up to 41, and then 51 to 54. And the last thing I want to show, I can't show if you want, while anybody asks questions, I can show it's in a bench run, so you can show it's actually not gonna crash. But I think the important part, the last thing I want to show here, is that there's a myth that AIOC or kind of certain technologies, maybe from other vendors, but are not efficient, right? The important thing to keep in mind here is that this is using an adaptive base voltage. So what you'll actually see here is that the actual CPU frequency will scale down. So when their system is essentially idling, it still goes down to its most efficient frequency, and the corresponding voltage also goes down to its lowest level. This is better than having like a fixed voltage, which is being driven all the time, regardless of what you're doing. This helps to extend the lifespan and overall give you better thermal performance. So AIOC does really help to kind of give you a better experience from this. And the last thing that I will note here is that AIOC, also will track your temperatures indefinitely. And the benefit of that is, like, let's say like here, maybe this pump fails in 2 years, right? It starts to kind of go down. Maybe you get, some dander in this cooler and the performance isn't as solid. The great thing is that if the cooler performance goes down, we will automatically adjust your overclock to become more conservative, because we realize your cooler score, your performance has actually gone down. And that's something that wouldn't happen with a normal overclock. Your normal overclock is pretty much going to always be persistent. You'd have to go in there and change it. But for us, we're going to consistently track this information. And you can even go into the UEFI and customize this further. If you want to set a temperature target, you can do that. If you want to set a voltage target, you can do that. If you even want to have a customizer to be less aggressive or more aggressive, I know, Robey, when I showed you this, you were like, oh, there's an optimism slider. You can define this. So the great thing is, if you just want a simple and easy option, it's built in there. You can do this. And if you're somebody that is a dyed-in-the-heart tweaker and you really don't want to use some automated overclocking, go for it. Use this as a baseline. And I'm pretty confident that you're probably not going to actually get a better result. But if you want to spend the time and effort to try to eke out a little bit more, the great thing is you don't have to start from zero. You can use all the baseline parameters that we've already defined for you, and then just make those slight adjustments that you want to. And sorry, I know I said last point, but AIOC is also intelligent too if you wanted to modify P-cores or E-cores. So if you want to disable your E-cores and even extend overclocking further for your P-cores, because the E-cores and P-cores are linked in terms of their frequency. For having your E-cores enabled, it actually will sacrifice certain frequency and actually increase more voltage. So by disabling your E-cores, you can actually extend frequency and bring voltage down. So AIOC will even understand this. So if you disabled your E-cores, you can actually get even better performance on your P-cores.
Yeah, there we go. And I think that's one of my favorite things about this whole thing is just, if your wife's a cat lady or if your husband's a cat dude and there's a lot of dander, like all in all, like it's taking care of your CPU and all that sort of stuff. But the part that I thought was super interesting, and this is the part that I think people don't understand, is like companies like Asus can literally test hundreds of CPUs to create a data set that helps with, and then from there, using things like AI, etc., to help give you something that is more than likely going to work based on what historically the CPUs have done. And that's something that, when you do things like this, on your own, you're just saying, oh, I've got this piece of silicon. I think it's going to do this. I've read all the things, but at the same time, like that's, some of that's based on hearsay from Reddit, which sometimes isn't the most reliable source, versus people who've actually sat down and actually built the the data set to help give you guys this stuff. And so, and again, if you're afraid of it overclocking, again, you're not risking very much. Again, here it's going to verify. You can do things like set your voltages, your voltage limit. You can set your temperature limits, and at the same time know that you can, protect your stuff. And the other thing too is he talks about that optimism slider. It doesn't necessarily have to be optimistic, and it can also be pessimistic. And you can say, oh, I want it to be lower if you want to as well. So there's a lot of things here that for people who typically have been overwhelmed by overclocking that allow you to create and put a toe in without necessarily all the risk that used to exist up until this point, which I think is super cool.
Yeah, and just one of the last things I wanted to show here is that if you actually take also a look here at kind of what comes included with the board. Oh, that image seems like it came through a little corrupted there. But this board also doesn't come included, because I know when you're setting up Robey, I'm sure you can appreciate this, all Maximus boards come with the USB 3. Gen 2 flash drive. So you don't have to use a disk. If you probably don't have an optical drive, you don't have to worry about that. But I'll also make a point that, again, if I go back here into my desktop, that in AI Suite, when you install, Armory Crate will automatically load the default LAN driver for you, so that you can get connected to the internet with the hardline connection. And then you can just go into our tools right here. And because it's already downloaded the primary driver for you, you'll notice that then it gives you all the other drivers. And right here, it's telling me actually my Marvel LAN driver for my 10 gigabit LAN is missing, because this was an image that was for my Hero board as opposed to the Extreme. But you can then just click download and install. And the same thing for the utility. Remember I said, guys, it comes included with a 1-year license of ADA64, a 1-year license of BullGuard antivirus. Those all come included with the board. You can just download those directly. You don't even have to use the flash drive that comes with the board, because as long as you just have that Ethernet connection plugged into the board, Armory Crate will load that driver for you, and you'll download everything. So you will be good to go. But in the event that for whatever reason you don't have an active internet connection, you still want to install the drivers, all of the Maximus boards, including the Hero, come with that flash drive there.
Awesome. Well, guys, I hope you learned a lot. JJ, this is one of many. If you could see, we had a very large product stack that's still ahead for us. So JJ will be joining us every time that we use a new Asus board and walking us through, doing a very similar walkthrough. Some of it won't, some of this is like kind of a nice brief introduction. Actually, it wasn't brief, but a very good introduction. This is the thing. Every time I'm like, JJ, let's just see how long this goes. And I always have a good time, because it always ends up being super useful information. But we will have JJ back on the show when we do. I think the next one that we're doing is a formula board, so he'll be back to talk about that. We are going to do the glacial board, so don't worry. We will show the big boy as well. So we'll be going through all of the different boards, as well as the some of the other ones like the Tough, the Asus, the Strix, and all that sort of stuff, guys. And he'll be walking you guys through each one of those, and you guys will just be able to ask questions, etc. But JJ, I will let you go get some dinner or whatever it is that you're going to go do. Play some COD or maybe some Elder Scrolls. What are you playing right now? What's the game of choice? Oh, that's right. You're an RTS guy. Like
the latest Age of Empires, man.
That's right. Age of Empires 4.
Latest Age of Empires is I'm diving into that. Also some indie stuff that I've been funding on Kickstarter. So there's a lot of indie games that I've been kind of trying out, some betas that they're not actively released. So those have been really fun. Also super enjoying Forza. Forza is just absolutely stunning. The latest update, of course, to Halo has been pretty amazing too. So those are just some. It's been really busy for me though, with a lot of product launches and not getting a chance to game as much as I can. And I want to just thank everybody for checking out the stream. If I didn't get your question, feel free to go ahead and just tag me in the chat. I'll follow up and make sure that if I can, I'll answer in your guys' chat. And if you guys are interested, you can always check out our PC DIY group, and you can also go ahead and email us at pcdiy@asus.com. But it's been fantastic being able to talk about the boards, and look forward to talking about more in the future. So thank you so much for your time, man.
No worries. And JJ and I will be together in California very soon. We're going to be doing a PC DIY event, so we'll be hanging out, so you'll be able to tune into that in just a couple weeks, actually. It's very, very soon. It just keeps creeping up.
Yeah,
but
not too distant
anyway,
future.
JJ, I will let you go, and we're going to start building with this now, so we will chat with you later.
Take care.
Bye, guys. Okay, guys, so what did you think of that, huh? Is there not a better way to do a motherboard introduction? I know people are like, well, Robey, what about the PC build? Don't worry. I did take a bunch of time. I did think ahead, because I knew this was probably going to take some time. So we'll definitely be, I've got some of the things kind of already done. We'll go a little bit quicker to make sure that we get the PC build still done. JJ is in the chat, so he'll be sitting here answering your questions as we go through that. But I hope you enjoyed that. And again, this is one of many that we'll be doing in there. But now we can go down to actually building. So here it is. This is the actual build that the actual motherboard we just got finished walking through. This is the ROG Maximus Z690 Hero in our beautiful Robeytech, like red. It's like it all matches for some reason. I don't think that was the plan, but it does in this case. So let me grab my knife here. And we'll start the building. And let's get the music. Let's get the music going as well, because we're back at it, and then we'll start the build. Here it is, boom. Oh, and I'll turn the music. It's going to be really loud, so we'll turn that way down. There we go. Okay, back to building. back to basics, and here we go. Ow. I just dropped that on my finger, guys. That was cool. Yeah. I'm glad. Did anybody learn anything? Was there stuff like, what was the thing that you learned that you were like, oh, I had no idea? Oh, look at that. See, now you guys have seen like JJ's stuff, but here, like now you're going to see it like in its full, there we go. Look at this. Ugh. So he's talking about inside of this, like I said, there's that Hyper M.2 card that we talked about. There's your flash card in its nice setting as well. And then of course you've got other things underneath here, I believe. We'll take a look. Yeah, there's your stickers and all that jazz. But we won't need any of this for this build. We're only going to be using a single M.2, so we'll just set that back in there like that. Put that back in, and then get the motherboard out. Okay. Okay, so here is the Mobo itself. Look at that, beautiful. Okay, so again, some of the things that you guys saw here, we've got that, again, we got that cool display. We'll do the peel there for that. We've already walked through the entire board. I would definitely suggest if you have questions about this board, I don't think you would get a more in-depth walkthrough than what we just kind of did with JJ. So definitely if you want to go back and watch the VOD later to get a full in-depth walkthrough, that would definitely be working there in general. And then here we go. Let's get we're gonna get our other peels done here. There we go. All together. And then we have one more peel right here. Okay, there's all our peels. Okay, remember some of the bigger things? There's that beautiful Q latch right there that pops that open, which is awesome. So there it is. You can just watch it open. That's so cool. And then again, we've got that powered USB-C. And then again, he was talking about that tier. Look at how thick that those heat sinks are right there. We're talking triple C thick right there in general. But now let's go ahead and start let's start building our PC. So what we're going to do here, if you've never seen a 12th gen install, it's a little bit different. The actual socket opens the opposite direction. So there it is right there. And there's our LGA 1700 socket right there. So we're going to grab our 12900K. There we go. Pop that out. And then we're just going to drop that in just like that. A little bit bigger than what you're used to. Look it out. It's just so the new one is just such a big boy. Okay, and then what we're going to do here is you're just going to set this down, push, and see how that flips up? Then you just go like this, and then boom. I will let you know that I have yet to be able to install one of those until just now, but this thing pops out big time. Okay. So we've got that now. I am going to, we do have a new AIO. There's actually lots of new in this build that you haven't seen before, but next and most important step is our first kit of DDR5, guys. So I'm gonna pause the music again. You're like, wait a minute, what's going on there? Where are you gonna pause the music again? Because we gotta put in our first DDR5 kit. You guys ready? Let's get our decibel meter out. Let's see how this is. There it is. So here it is, DDR5, right here. So we've got 64 gigabytes at 5200 megahertz. This is Corsair Dominator Platinum RGB that we're going to be using in this build today. You guys are witnessing history. That's right. We haven't actually got to. This is all new stuff for here. What did I do? There it is. Yeah. So here we go, right here. I have a similar bag of holding like JJ does. I wish I had JJ's bag of holding as well. Taste test. I'm not going to taste test it. Okay, there is our RAM right there. It's big. By the way, this stuff is tall. Oh, I'm going to not put that in there. So you're going to pop this out. There is that. Okay, there is our RAM. Okay, here we go. Come on. There we go. Okay. What do you guys think? What do you guys think in terms of volume? Okay, so we're going to undo our slots here. First one. Nope. Put it the right way. Lining up the PCB. Whoa! 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 101! 101! $101! Oh boy! What was that? Okay, 101. That was okay. Whew. Whew, 101. Okay, here we go. Next one. There, that's some top tier clickage right there for sure. 101. That's a new record, I think. Okay, here we go. Next one. You guys ready? Oh, that was weak. No, I got to do that again. That was weak. Come on, no. Okay, here we go. Do it one more time. $98.8. Okay. Woo! That sounded good. That sounded good. Okay, that was good RAM. Not bad for our first DDR5. That was good. That was good. That was good RAM. That was a solid click there for that, as for sure. Okay. Oh man, whoo! History has been made, guys. History has been made. Okay, now let's go. We're gonna grab our M.2. In this case, Corsair was another big sponsor here of the build, so they gave us one of their new PCIe Gen 4 MP600s. So thank you, Corsair, for the hookup. Okay. Yeah, this i9 is absolutely overclockable. In fact, we're going to be doing a whole video on this build with the new AIOC overclocking from Asus. So, which is why we wanted to cover it on this video, on this stream, so you guys had a little bit of history on it. Okay, let go. Okay, out. Oh, thanks, Gun. Guys, we are 6 subs away, by the way, for the to finish out the 50 and move on the way to the 100 if we want to get that unlocked real quick. So if somebody wants to drop those last ones, that would be huge. Now, we do have this interesting situation where this has got a heat sink on it, but given the dual heat sink on the Asus, we're going to remove this. So thank you, Corsair, for the extra heat sink, but you do not need it. And these things are always so hard to get out. There we go. That side's out. There we go. That side's out. Okay. This is like definitely like extra thermal pasty thick there. There we go. Trying not to rip all that stuff off. I didn't know they put thermal pads like this on there. I guess that makes sense, right? Kind of feel bad now. This is like a per thermal pad, like per. You don't not need to. There you go. Okay, there we go. We'll put a new thermal pad. I do have more thermal pads. We'll put a new thermal pad on that. We won't be reusing that later. And this actually has one on the bottom too, but that one did not come out, which is okay. There we go. Okay, there's that. Okay, and I'm gonna grab a little bit of isopropyl alcohol real quick. Just clean off our chips. There we go. Okay, so chips are nice and clean now. There we go. Okay, cool. We are good, clean, ready. Okay, let's pop up our, there we go. Okay, now remember, these are captive screws in this case, so we don't have to worry about that. So we just need to pop this out. Make sure we get it all the way out. There we go. Okay, and there's that Q latch right there. I'm going to peel both of these off, given that we're dealing with an PCIe Gen 4. There we go. Okay, here we do. We're going to put our Gen 4 M.2 in there. And flip this around, and then using this cool Q-latch stuff. There he goes, holds that. And then all we got to do is pop this off, pop this over. No, I think it goes this way. There we go. There we go, there's that one. And M.2 is installed. There we go. Okay, board is ready. Everything's good to go. Let's go ahead and, we have to install our LGA 1700 cooling kit. So, real quick, so we're checking out, finally, also the new thing on this show is we're gonna be using the new H150 Elite LCD. For our cooling for this. We're going to be keeping the stock fans for this, but this is using their new, their maglev, they're basically their, oh my gosh, ML RGB Elite fans. So it's going to be pretty awesome, yeah. So popping this open, we're just going to make sure we get our bracket stuff out real quick. Is. And again, even if you had like a legacy, Intel or like only one that did 1200, then this one will still work because this one, because this will do 12, and then we actually have the 1700 kit right here too. So there's the 1700, and that's our TR4, AM4, 2011, LG 115X, and then here's our 1700 because this is their new AIO. Put that back. Okay, and this should just go all the way on the edge. I'm sure this is. Okay, I have to skip this around. Okay, actually, we'll turn it over. Oh. We just want to make sure this has got the in the farthest hole. There we go. There we go, right there. I just want to make sure we're in the right holes here. There we go, and there we go. Once I get this in, I'll be happy. Let me just make sure. I thought this is the same bracket, right? Like it's supposed to be. I thought this is the same bracket on the LG, and again, I don't know, I don't pretend to know everything, but this should be the same bracket for all of this stuff. Yeah, when in doubt, read the manual. I'm not afraid. Okay, that one is in. There we go, that's in, and then I think they're all in now. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's on the settings now. Okay, cool. We're good. I probably didn't want to do that actually, but there we go. There we go. Just want to make sure it's in the hole. Okay, so it's all in there. It's bracketed. It's in. Now I'm going to have to. There we go. And we want to make sure that's set to 1700. It's an easy fix. Get that here in a second. There we go. Now it's all 1700. Come on. There we go. And one more. And last one right here. Ooh. There we go. Okay. Robey's going to get this last one in. It's going to happen. Okay, there it is. So now our bracket's ready. We're good there, and we'll get to this, back to installing this in just a few minutes, but now our board is ready to install into our case, which is cool. Okay, let me grab, just for my own, I want to keep this clean. We touched it. There we go. We want to make sure it stays shiny. Shiny is the key. Guys, we are 3 away from that $50 New A gift, from getting that $50 New A gift card tier. So let's get that done. Then we can get on towards the next one, which is $100. Okay. So get our board out of the way. Oh, before I do that, one thing I am going to do. Hey, Hemp Racer, Red Dragon dropping 5. There we are, 53. Let's go ahead and update our giveaway tier right now. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's go to all widgets. Sub goal. So we're at 53 of 100K. There we go. So $100 new gift card. $153. There we go. Okay, next tier is up. Okay, now what I'm going to do, just because I care more about the cooling on this, I am going to go ahead and put the Noctua thermal paste on this, because I want to cover the entire IHS. That should be enough, actually. That stuff spreads very well. Okay. Do a little spread here. I think I went a little too thick. That's okay. I don't need to use it all. It's actually, I know I went too thick now. There we go, that's better. You got put a lot of thermal paste on this, way more than I thought I needed to. When you're overzealous here, there you go. That's a nice thin layer of thermal paste now, and we're in good shape. So I'm gonna do one more, just get a little bit more excess off this. There we go, that's nice and thin now. Okay, cool. Now we have a nice thin layer of thermal paste. There we go. Bada boom, bada bing. Cool. Okay, our IHS is covered. Now we can get ready for it. Clean and nice. Yes, clean and nice and very, very even, which is what I want. Okay, cool. Now we can grab our case, which you guys, this is no stranger to the world of Robeytech. Thermal paste is good for your health. It is, Darth, it is. There we go. Let's get this stuff set aside. So we've done a little bit to the case in advance. I went ahead and mounted. I'm going to show you guys a cool trick if you have front mounted fans on how to install a radiator without removing the fans. So we're going to show you a little bit about that and then go from there. So it should be a nice simple build there. Woo! There it is. Our stripped case. As I usually top mount my IOs, if you have been watching my show for any amount of time, I love to top mount, but I figured, hey, here's an opportunity to show something we haven't shown all that often. So here we have the Corsair 4000D. It's a smaller mid-tower case, like the little brother of the 5000D. It's actually the case that my son's PC is built in. So there's a little bob in here. And then we're gonna grab real quick, grab our So we're gonna grab our, here is our extra pieces there. And then we don't have to worry about anything else about this because we're going from there. Now I've already installed, like I said, I've already installed the front fans just to save us a little bit of time and go from there. So I did forget, and I should have done that already. By the way, guys, oh, that is not working. Hold on. You guys are seeing nothing. That's not good. Let me fix that. Now, oh, okay, now you go. Okay, so one thing, look, new WOAH stick. WOAH stick is back, guys. Back with a vengeance. Let me go and remove our rear exhaust fan. Yay, WOAH stick. I know you missed it. There we go. Okay, there's some extra stuff there. Okay, cool. Now, let's get this down. So you see we've already got our front fans installed, so saved a little bit of time there. Pop this down. Let's go to taupe. Let's go and grab get our little dust filter out of the way. Go to our top-down view. Top down! Where is top down? Oh, there it is. Couldn't see it there for a second. Here we go, zooming it down. You guys ready? Let's put this beautiful board to bed where it belongs. Here we go. There we go, there's a peg there. Look at that. That looks really nice in there. That looks good. That looks super good. What do you guys think? Yeah, it was like it was made for that space. That's right. It's like it was meant to be there. It's the one thing is it's definitely my camera's having a little bit of a focus struggle with that top right there, though. Man, they give you so many zip ties with this. It's like that reflective is so bright. Okay, let's grab our, there it is right there. Okay. Okay, here we go. One little trick I will always tell you guys about when you're installing motherboards is don't like force the screw. Like if you screw lightly, because you will strip the threads. So it's always a good idea to just kind of start it and kind of start turning it lightly. It just makes it a little bit easier with the, versus like trying to force it. Like see there, and then if it has an issue, I'd always switch. There we go. Like switch and then try a different hole. Just so you don't strip the standoff. There you go. There we go. I have a tendency not to use my WOAH stick on this just so I don't over torque the screws. There we go. One more screw, one more screw. We're gonna celebrate. There we go. Okay, so that's that. All the screws are in here. I think the other thing I'm going to do is go ahead and add my exhaust fans, and then we'll get to our AIO, and then we'll hook up our front panel connections, but we're going to get our exhaust fans installed. Come on, let go? So we're going to use QLs for our exhaust and for our intake. I mean, for our exhaust fans. Like I said, I want to test what the new AIO is capable of. So I kept the stock. I kept the stock fans for the AIO on purpose. But all these other fans we're actually using are QLs, which is still look nice. Oh, Wow Stick, I missed you. I missed you, Wow Stick. I'm glad to have you back in my life. What do you guys, did you guys miss Wow Stick as well? Did you miss him? Or her? Wow Stick is either fine either way. Wow! I did cry. That is true, Evo Cybernation. It was a tough day for me when Wow Stick disappeared from my life. Okay, what we're gonna do here is just run our exhaust cable real quick. Here in the corner, along with this one. Okay, there's that. Let's grab our other two real quick. I'm gonna do two exhausts in the top. Do. There we go. Throw that right there. Little sharp buggers there. I'm gonna end up having to use. There we go. Getting these on here. Okay, that should take care of the 4 of those. Oops. Well, good thing I caught that before I got too far. How about we learn to set the fan there right, Robey? Now it's right. Now it's exhaust. Good job, Robes. We didn't want an intake on that. There we go. There we go. And one more. Okay, there we go. First exhaust fan in. Hey, King Exile, thank you for the sub. That's ironic. Thank you for the sub. 14 months. Thank you very much for all the support, guys. I super appreciate it. We need one more fan to go. Give it to me. Give me the fan. Wait, do I not? Oh, they're there. One more fan, guys. One more fan. It's time to celebrate. Come and get a fan with me. That was truly exhausting. I like it. I like it. I like your style, my friend. When will this build be posted? At the end of the stream? There's a hope. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Don't be that guy. Okay. Getting our fan. Whoa, whoa, hey, let's not push the button while I'm holding it. Okay, takes care of that. So all our fans are installed now. Let me turn this over. Let me turn this a little bit more so you guys can see it a little bit better here. I have it all like in the corner. There we go. That's gonna help. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our front panel connections plugged in, get all that stuff squared away, and then we will move on to getting our AIO installed, which sounds like a blast. I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to it. Okay, so we have 3 intake, 3 exhaust. The intake are going to be coming through the radiator. So, okay, top down. Okay, so we have USB-C, USB 3.2, which we know where those are because we just did a super in-depth walkthrough guide with our friend JJ. So get all this stuff plugged in. So front panel connections, which are right here. These are in the same place they always were, right here in the front. Takes care of that. Okay, we have our USB 3. USB-C and USB 3. I'm just going to undo these for now. USB-C will be right here, up here at the top. USB 3 will also be over here. Okay, and then we also have HD audio, which goes right here. And then lastly, just because we're going to be using 2 different types of fans, we do have to worry about this. So we're going to be using our, so both of our USB are going to be tied up with this. Okay, so we're also going to take all of our, this is our RGB. So I want to make sure now, before I get too far, that I grab the RGB. So this will be, there's 5 of them. Okay, so this is 1. Oh, there's 3 of them. Sorry, my bad. There's only 3 of them. 2 and 3. Okay, this is our smart hub. For now, we're going to stick it right here. We're going to use these spots for our hubs. Okay, we'll use these right here for now. And just to keep it simple, we're just going to be temporary here. So we're just going to cut this in half. This is a build that we'll probably end up taking apart, so we don't want to waste all of our sticky stuff on it. Boom. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that takes care of that. And there's that. Okay. Fans are ready. They're hooked up. The RGB's hooked up. The only thing I want to do is make sure that I run the USB first. So that's why I wanted to do this now. So it was in and good to go. Okay, so now we have this. This is our USB. We'll run this right here. So that's done. Okay, cool. So now our RGB, all the fans are going to go to a different place. They're all going to go to our fan hub, which will all be run off of our AIO. So that's fine. And then we got that good. And then these are all going to go to the Capellix or the Capellix RGB hub. Okay. Let's flip this over. Let's hook up all of our cables. So first and foremost, our little tricky one, USB 3.2. There we go. Okay, USB-C. Now we could add the power there if we wanted to. So that could be a powered USB-C. Make sure we get this the right way. There it is. Okay, there's that. Front panel, because why not? Reset switch, power switch. Okay, reset switch. There we go. Power switch. There we go. And then power plus and minus. And front panels are connected. Oops, I missed minus. There we go, power plus and minus. And then finally, we got USB. This is for our lighting node. And then, I want to run that to the other side. Run that to the other side. And then HD audio right there. Okay. Now we're going to grab our USB. We put it on the wrong side. It's going to go right over here. Pull this stuff through. There we go. Okay, USB. Okay. Okay, so just walking through this real quick. We've got USB-C that we plugged in, USB 3.2. This is our front panel connections right here. I think that's in the right spot. I can't tell. Yeah, it's in the right spot. Okay, front panel, USB 2 for our, basically for our RGB, and then HD audio. That's what we have right now. And then we have all of our fans are all plugged in and ready to go. So now we can turn this over to a little bit of cable management, and then we'll get our, basically get our pump hooked up. Okay. All this stuff on its own out. There we go. Okay, so what we're doing here is just getting all of our cables up, and thanks to the very kind grouping of this motherboard. There we go. We got a bunch of little cables already, cable ties already. I'm gonna do this right here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Get that one up there. And then what we're going to do here is take this stuff and essentially move this to here, to what we can. This is just kind of getting things re-cleared up. Using these channels to kind of make things look nice again. There we go. Just a little bit of patience here as we get it kind of cleaned up. Ooh, no, stay in there. Stay in the right spot. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, now, so all I'm going to do for these, instead of being crazy about them, what I'll do is I'll basically twist them over themselves, you know what I mean, just to get them out of the way so they're clean, but nothing too crazy, and then they'll just kind of be clumped here in front of this AIO, and then we'll be good there. And that just kind of gets all of our main cabling already out of the way and good to go. Oh, really, Hunterman? Yeah, it's a good case. There we go. So there we go. Now that's all of our extra cables are out of the way and clean. Now what we can do is go over here and then figure out just a little bit of a channel here. I want to make sure there's no all these, yeah. So what we're gonna do is get the channel to get most of this stuff kind of across. Okay, and there, just like that. Oh shoot. I hate it when I do that. I do the backwards one. Oh man. I like your zip ties better. Just saying. Oh, what about my zip ties do you like better? Okay, just getting our cables channeled here real quick. And what we'll do is use these. And then the key here is to get all this stuff kind of untwisted to kind of create a small, like a straight. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create, I don't need this for the EPS cable, so I'm going to do a, right there. There we go. Come on. There we go. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll push this one up and then in so it has a nice channel. And this can then do whatever I need to make this look clean. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then that'll hide, this will all hide along the edge here. So it's all hidden. Okay, now we have clean cable routing done there. And we're good. And then some of this will get hidden again when we actually zip tie it into the EPS, but there we have like a nice clean look. And then that's 1, 2, 3, we've got our power. And we'll just do one more right here just to keep this straight, and then we're good. There we go. Okay, there it is. Build's ready, clean. We've gotten our, basically, let's get this one out of the way. And these will stay clean. We'll probably, if I wanted to zip tie, I could. I don't really feel like that's necessary. This will get hidden by the EPS, and then here's our ones for our AIO when we get that installed here in just a second, which we actually can install right now. So why don't I, just to make sure that we're good, go ahead and grab our Capellix AIO. Our Capellix, there it is. James Hayes is talking about, and I saw a couple people talking about the anti-static bracelets. You don't need anti-static bracelets unless you're probably working on something like carpet. I have a special flooring that I have on my floor that keeps me from basically getting static buildup. And so, so if it was something that was concerning, then yes, it could be something, but you do not need it. No. Okay. The clicks were very good, Kyotastic. Very, very good. What was his feedback? I missed the feedback. What was it? Good feedback? I want to know the feedback. We're going to be doing we're using the Asus ROG Strix RTX 3080 Ti. So it's all like mostly Asus and Corsair build, which they play well together. Asus and Corsair do. Okay, and okay, so let's take these. This is 1, 2, 3. 1. And 2. And 3. And I completely missed this right here. Okay, there. Now it's all clean. Okay, so there is all of our, so I'm going to just push this stuff. We're going to try and get this to go to, actually I could probably do the fans the same way too. We grab one of these. Just like that. Okay. Now, you might be asking, well, Robey, why don't you hook all of the RGB into the same connection? That's because for Corsair, you have to use the same type of fan. Because I'm not using the same type of fan, one's an ML and one's an QL, we have to use two different lighting hubs. So that's why. But what I can do in this case is actually use all of the fan control, which is great. So I'll be able to use all my fans off of this single fan hub, which will be cool. 2 and 3. Okay, so what we're going to do here, and we're going to run all of these up into a single clump. Now again, we're taking this build apart, so I'm not being as anal. I'm still trying to make sure the build looks good, but I'm not being as anal as I typically be. Like when you've watched some of my more recent commission builds, like you'll see I'll be a lot more anal about the cable management. It's not to say some people are probably like, hey, you're still pretty anal even when you're tearing a build apart, but not as anal as I typically would be. Okay, there we go. Okay, what we can do here, I think what I might do is I want to make this, so same thing here. And we'll build a clump in the middle here. There we go. Okay, and all I'm doing here is basically creating my clump zone, so to speak. Because once this is done, like most of our, that's like the majority of our cable management is around these fans, so to speak. Okay, then what you do is pull this down, make sure these are not twisted as much as possible. And what I'm doing here is basically creating a fan, like a nice smooth fan clump of cables. I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm going to have to do it with some extra zip ties to make this look good. This is like one way to do it so you can bend it. So you basically, it's almost to just train the cables. So do that, and then we're going to, because now it can't get out of my little vice script here. So then I can do this. Got something twisted in here. There we go. I got one twisted, guys, but I'm not gonna have to. I'm gonna get too anal about that. Just enough to get this zipped up and cleaned up. There we go. Okay, now we've got all of our fans kind of in a clump here. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna just hook up our last, grab our replacement ones. All the ones they gave us are gone. And we're gonna run these. This is 4, 5, and 6. For 5 and 6. Same kind of deal as the other one. Just to get these out of the way and hidden. Okay, same thing. Get all this stuff zip tied up. I think the best we're going to be able to do is not quite a 90, which would have been cool, but do here. So do right here for this. I was hoping I could get a 90 out of it, but it doesn't look like I can here. There you go. There we go. And all we do here, clamp all these together. Okay. And then that'll be covered by the EPS, and then that'll kind of clean that up. Again, not the most, just trying to get them clean. The EPS will cover some of that. There we go. Okay, there's all our cables are kind of cleaned up now. All we have left is this little rascal group. And this one's going to go right here. And then we'll have all of our AIO. All we have to do is like basically plug in our pump, and then we're good to go. There's that right there. Okay. Oh, I found a secret. I found a hidden one. Okay. Just put that right there. Oh, shoot. I might have made that really long. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now all our cables are kind of there. Kind of disappointed in my cable management right now, guys, but I also can't get too crazy because this build's literally just going to get taken apart. But I'm going to anyway because I'm just too anal for my own good. There we go. There we go. I am persnickety, I know. I just want the cable. I just want it to look, I want the whole build to look good, you know? It's our first 12th gen build. That looks good, that looks good. One more right there, and then I think we're... Hey, is everything okay, Dad? Okay, cool. Okay, that is all good. Let's go ahead and get our AIO installed and show you guys this little trick. I don't know if you've ever learned this trick. You might have, you might not have, but I learned about this little trick of installing AIOs when you already have fans in the front. It's a neat little trick installed there. Okay, so we pop this up. Urgh. Now here we have, let's go to side. So here we have fans installed, and you can see there's nothing behind it. And you're like, oh, well, you know, I usually would say, oh, if I want to front mount my AIO, I'd have to remove the fans. Well, actually what you do is you can see that I've actually removed every screw, every other screw, just like that. So the fans are still installed, but every other screw is still in. Then what you're going to do is we're going to take our AIO, and take it out here. Wow, that is coming out like a crazy person. Take out our AIO, just like that. Okay, it's all out, like so. Oh wow, hey, check this out. Look at this. In the new one, they actually give you a splitter for USB. Well, that's kind of cool. I don't know why they did, but maybe there's a reason I needed to. I guess we'll find out here. I probably needed to install it, but we'll find out in just a second. And I'm going to grab all my screws, which are right here. I bet there's 2 USBs off of this, isn't there? Good to know. Okay, so what you do is you take your radiator, just pop it in like that, so it's all set. Then you take your screws and then you just line your radiator. Isn't blocked. There it is. Yeah, I have to do a little bit of work here. You just pop your screw in and then line your radiator up this way. There you go. You actually use this one and do this one here. And once you kind of get that one in, then the other ones you can just kind of do simply. Okay, there's that one. Wow, this thing is like barely gonna fit here. I have a little bit of a compression issue here at the top here. A sec. So once you get your corners in, then you can just once you get them all lined up, now your see, now your radiator is basically in, and now all you didn't have to remove the front fans at all. And then your radiator just grabs, except for when. There we go. And so now you don't have to, then once you get all these in, you can remove the other fans. And I didn't have to remove the fans. There we go. And so now all of my fans are basically installed. Now what I can do if I really wanted to is all you have to do is remove the other fans. There's like a cable stuck here that's like keeping this particular one from getting to it. I'm not gonna worry about that for now. There's one cable that's like, so now what I can do here is I can just do this, and this will see what you can do here is remove this. Take your other fan screws, pop them in. And then those get screwed in. Except for this, the problem that I have is that at the top of this cable, the top of this case, which isn't a big deal, but at the top of this case is some cables that I think are stuck in the top of the radiator. Okay, well, apparently that's dead. Try it with this. Something at the top of this is stuck and it's causing problems. I actually think it's this that's causing the problem. It's like, there we go. It's just that much. It's just like that much, like just right at the edge in terms of fitting. And it's not like it doesn't have room. It actually does. What is this? It's this box. It's like hitting this box. I have no room to go any lower, do I? Oh, actually, hold on. One sec, guys. I can. Let's just do this. Looks like I can get it a little bit lower. There we go. There we go. We're gonna get, we just need to, this needs to go all the way down to the bottom essentially. So I'm just loosening it so I can basically get it all the way down to the bottom. There we go. Okay, now I have more room. Now it's all fine. Okay, cool. Now it's all mounted the way I need it to be. Okay, now let's get these top screws in. Oh, shoot. There we go. There we go. That is better. Now we have all of our screws in. Okay, so now you've got all your screws in. All you got to do is replace all of your big fan, your little fan screws. Just take this one out. And see, now your radiator's mounted. It's actually supposed to get screwed in. It's supposed to be screwed in. Big screw. Big screw. And get a couple more down here. There we go. So those are all undone. And all you have to do now is grab your other small screws, your thinner ones. And like I said, I didn't have to unscrew the radiator or the fans. You just literally replace them with the longer screws. And now you've mounted your entire Some of them are a little loose. What are you talking about? Nothing's loose. And then they just all screw in. Look at that. That was so much faster than doing the whole thing, just doing the whole thing on the outside. So you're just looking for like a faster way to install an AIO. There you go. And then now all your fans are installed and ready to go. Cool. And now we have a front mounted and installed radiator. Okay, so now what we can do is we can put this down. Looks like we got a little bit of something scratched across my... There we go. There we go. And then I believe that the bracket, wow, this thing is hefty. Wow, look at this, dude. This thing is crazy. So these are supposed to be on the side, so that goes at the top. Okay. So one thing we got to do is remove our other thermal paste. Wow, that is like, this is a crazy, like a lot of cables and stuff on this thing. It's like a lot to basically deal with on this. Okay, here we go. There we go. And next one. Same thing. There we go. Thermal paste is off. We have our own thermal paste on the actual board. There we go. We're good to install there. Super swag, I have better thermal paste on the chip. What's up, PC guy? There we go. I'm trying. No, Megan, it's nowhere near dry. If you would say, then you could say the same thing about the thermal paste on the bottom of this AIO that's been there for like, since they got it from the manufacturer. How did I install it wrong, Zesty? You can't top mount a 360 millimeter AI on this case. This is a 4000D. And the other thing too is the pump is not at the top part of this. The pump is not at the top part of this loop either. Yes, Creamy Thick, this is not yours. This is one that Corsair sent us. Yours is in the other room. Oh, shoot. Oh, come on, there you go. You can't flip the wrap, Zesty. There's no hole down here. The other thing too is, come on. Okay, sorry, let me just say this right now. If you're gonna sit there and try and come in here and tell me about how this is the wrong way to install an AIO, you need to actually watch the Gamers Nexus thing. The pump is not at the top part of the loop. The top part of the loop is here. This is not bad for the pump. If the pump was up here or the pump was right here, then it would be an issue. But look at where the pump is in relation to the top of the thing. This is not a problem for the loop. Go watch Jay's video, go watch my video, go watch a lot of other videos that actually explain to you about how that actually is work. So. Oh my gosh, Gary. Okay, what now? I'm trying to figure out the right way to get this plastic off of this. There we go. Okay, got one. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, sorry. This was like this like AIO, like getting the plastic off of this is like a moment in and of itself. Okay, we almost got it. Yay, we got it. Woo! Okay, now we've got that. Now what we can do is unscrew all this stuff and get it in there. That's fine, Bueller. I still have a question about the plate contact with the CPU. Is that happening with the other bracket that holds down the CPU? What's up, dude?
What's up, Doc?
How you doing?
Good. Good. Looking for a little cloth.
Little cloth.
Clean cloth.
Oh, we don't. There's not one down there? Oh, okay, here's another one. I think I have two up here. There you go.
I'll bring it back.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Wow, this is like a big, thick boy. Okay, does this have another? This does have two. That's why they gave it. So this does actually have two USB. That's crazy. Okay. So we're going to put this up here. And then run all the other cables up and through. This is quite the contraption here. Because now I have to worry about a second USB cable. So this is actually, so both the screen and the pump require a USB. Okay, and then that is the USB. They don't even give you a long USB. I mean, it's not a killer deal, but definitely. Oh, never mind. That's pretty long. Never mind. Okay. Okay, let's get this little bit let's get this little bit controlled, and then we'll be good. Wow. That is a thick cable. Okay, well, that's fine. Luckily, we'll just get it to look nice, and then it'll be good. I'm just gonna hide this other cable underneath it. And we'll use that to stand off a little bit off of the heatsink. Okay, there we go. Takes care of that. Okay, that looks clean. I like the way that looks. Okay, let's flip this over because now we have to unplug this. Put that through, and then this is going to go down here. That's a new thing. Flip it over and finish hooking up our AIO. AIO. Okay. So now this, and where's the other one? There should be two of these. Oh, that's interesting. There's one. This way up. Let's get this plugged in. Okay, there's that. And lastly, let's have one more USB that has to get plugged in. There we go. Okay, so now the pump's hooked up. I wonder if I can do this. There we go. Maybe. Looks like yes. There we go. That lifted up a little bit. Gosh darn it. Day. There we go. That takes care of that. Then we have, this is our USB. Actually, we'll do this. And one more. Okay. Okay. Keeping everything clean looking. We're working on here. There we go. Okay. Okay, so all we have left now is our two power cables, which we're going to hook up for our thing, and now everything is hooked up. So, put that in there. TRAIO is hooked up. Now we just have to get all the fun parts now. There we go. Just realized I never walked through the specs of this build with people. We got into JJ and then we never walked through the specs. Okay, there's that. Just realized that. Where's our... I don't know if it matters all that much, but there you go. I forgot to do it. Okay, there we go. Okay, AIO is installed. we go. Oopsie. Okay, let's flip this over. And get our GPU installed, because everything else is just kind of done. Wish I had some of those Fantex things. Those would look actually pretty nice right now. Some of those Fantex cable controllers, those would look good. Okay, yeah, these are not my favorite. There are like hose like controllers that you can use that'll actually do this. But like I said, I would have rather top mounted it. I don't have that as an option. I mean, again, it's not really high. It's not really hitting anything, so it's kind of out of the way. But it would have been nice to have this like more like that, which I think would have looked better. But it's not a whole lot I can do about it. I could. I wonder if I could. No, that's not good. That's not good for it. All right, let's get our GPU installed. Get that in at least. And we're cooking with gas. Now, I was trying to figure out a place to zip tie it. Like, if I could zip tie it, where would I zip tie it? But I don't want to put a bunch of undue pressure on the hose thing. I mean, right there would be kind of cool. But there's not, like, again, that cable's not going to stay. I wonder if I can, hold on, let me actually, you could do that. Yeah, that's interesting. So that will work. And then now the hoses are all up top. Wow. So you could do that. No, the fans are not, there's nothing on the fan. They're not pressing against the fans. The fans are able to spin. It looks like the tubes are all hidden now, which is kind of interesting. And you actually have quite a bit of room. So it's not really doing anything, they're just up and out. So it's like, it almost looks like there's no AIO now. And then from the front, like if you did that, it would look like there's almost no AIO. Yeah. Yeah, they actually do look good, and they're hidden. So I might try that. It doesn't, like I said, what I could do, just put a zip tie right here at the top so it stays straight. Let's try that. And then, I mean, like I said, the actual tubes themselves, you can't really see. There you go. Kind of keeps it as a single tube now. So it looks like a single tube. And then this is like, yeah, this is like, it's a little bit, it doesn't cause any real pressure here. So we can try it, see what it looks like, but it looks clean. Okay, let's go ahead and install our GPU. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we have our 3080 Ti here. Ugh. You logged in at just the right time. That's right. Welcome, everybody. We're building a 12900K build. We hung out with JJ for a long time and talked about the ROG Maximus Hero, which is the motherboard we're using in this, and now we're finishing up the build. So Asus motherboard, Asus GPU, Corsair. Pretty much the rest of the build is mostly Corsair. There we go. There we go. This thing, we got a lot of peels on this thing. Thank you, Corp Seeker. Appreciate the support. Yeah, you're right. It is easy mode. In terms of they play together, they play pretty well together. Okay. Okay, here we go. There it is. Lots of peels here. Like so many peels on this board, on this GPU. Okay, let's go to top down. Let's get this last of these peels on. By the way, guys, we have unlocked our hype train. So hype train is unlocked, so we can unlock and get that second hype train out of the way anytime now. So let's see if we can get it done. We're getting very close to getting this build finished. Thank you very much for JJ and the folks from Corsair and Asus for sponsoring and supporting this build. There we go. See if somebody wants to kick it off. We just need like 3 or 4 people to kick it off, and then we'll be on our way. Doing all those peels, yeah, exactly. There we go. We need to get some subs out of this, guys. Get this hype train going. Awkward Fat Man, they do sell shorter PCs, shorter ones. Zotac has them, Asus has them, but not really in the 3080 form factor. I think the smallest 3080 is the Founders Edition. Yeah. Hey, Wolf Fighter, trying to get it. Juggalo Jimmy jumping 2. We're 1 away. Real deal. Dio. Also 1 away from unlocking that hype train. Let's do it, guys. Or Chaos. There it is right there. And we're there. You're right. I should be doing 1,000 watt. I didn't have 1,000 watt Corsair. So. 850 watt is fine for, well, you're right. We're going to overclock this. I may want to go to 1,000 watt. Two big 3080s? Nah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of micro ATX machines are basically definitely there for that. Anyway, hype train is gone. Let's get it going. Kristen McHale dropping 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Kristen. We are in the thick of it now. Let's see if we can get to the $100 place. There's that. There it is. Kristen got us to level 3. Quagson, 1 gifted sub. Thank you, Quagson. We might have to go to 1,000 watt. You might have to call it. We might just have to do a switch to a different 1,000 watt PSU. Yeah, we're overclocking this. Ooh. Klingon Catheter, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Guys, level 3. Let's finish it out. Keep going. Yeah, thank you very much for all those. Kilobyte Kevin, thank you for the bits. Barely fits. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, we're good. 93%, guys. Two minutes and 50 seconds left. The best version is either the Strix, the EVGA 3080 FTW3, or the Aorus card. Either one, all of those work really, really well. Okay, there is our GPU in. Tom, we were worried, but nope, nothing to worry about. It does fit. Whew. Come on, folks, let's get that last of that. Remember, this is going to unlock their next giveaway. We still have to get to level 5. She's, she's close for sure, but she's still there. We're still good. There we go. Hemp Racer getting us to 100%. There it is, on to level 4. Let's finish it out, guys. Oops. Yeah, I will. Don't worry, we're getting there. There it is, level 4. Come on, guys. Oh, Yig Omeyego. Okay, so I actually wanted to tell people while we're waiting. Guys, don't forget, we now only have a few chances if you want to get in on that RTX 3080 giveaway for the month of November. It's a sub-only giveaway for this month only. The way you get in on that, if you want to drop your free Prime subscription, that'll basically get you a free entry. If you got a gifted sub, you can drop your Prime subscription, and that'll actually double your chances. In fact, the person who won in July actually won off of a Prime subscription alone. Now, if you want to get extra entries, you can do things like Corp Seeker, where he gifted a community sub, or Tie-Dye Gemini, who also gifted a community sub. That gets you extra entries. Plus, you can also do things like subscribe to Tier 2, which gets you 5 extra entries, or subscribe to Tier 3, which gets you 10 extra entries if you want to get in on that. And we'll announce the winner for that in early December for the winner for that. So also, we have 250 gig NVMe SSD when we hit this level 5 hype tray. The second one, we'll give away a 256 gig NVMe, and then also we'll give away a 256 gig NVMe if we get 500 likes on the YouTube. And then finally, down there in the corner, you can actually see that 76. If we get 100 subs, we give a $100 Newegg gift card. 150 subs comes a $150 Newegg gift card, and it grows and grows and grows. The more subs, the better the giveaways, the bigger the giveaways, etc. So those are all the giveaways that are happening. Ninja Squirtle Mike, thank you very much for the resub. Yego My Ego, thank you for the 200 bits. Royal Meat Buns, thank you for the Prime subscription. Sergeant Soup, also thank you for the Prime subscription. We are now 21 away from unlocking that $100 Newegg gift card, and let's do it. Thank you very much. And don't forget to go hit likes over on the YouTube as well. grab our cables here. Clueless Klutz, thank you for the Prime subscription. 8-month anniversary. Thank you, my friend. We're almost there, guys. Oh, thank you for the peaceful. Diego Maego, 2 gifted subs. There we go. 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. Oh, that's unfortunate. This is not the one that I was hoping it would be. Still got 3 though. Hey, Acid Line, thank you for the resub. The Trait Crazy. Thank you for the Prime sub. Oopsie. We are 15 away, guys. Let's see if we can get this last 100. Let's get it all in there and then at least get onto the next tier. H Hacked, thank you very much for the Prime sub. 3 minutes and 26 seconds left, guys. Now less than 20. We're 15 away from unlocking that $100. Juggalo Jimmy dropping 1,000 bits. Jarb with a Prime sub. Thank you very much, Jarb. One Big Chief. I like that one. 7-month anniversary. Thank you very much, my friend. They only give me 3? No, they did. I think you usually get 4. Plagoon. Thank you for the gifted sub. There we are, level 5. We're 11 away, guys. Let's get those last 11 before we can unlock that $100 Nui gift card. Somebody can finish that out. It's an easy drop. Unlock that one giveaway. Hey, the Keen. There we are, 10 away. Now we're just a 10 drop away from unlocking that $100 Nui gift card. One minute and 56 seconds left, guys. Thank you again for all your support. I never take it for granted. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to my team and all the people who support, you guys support making great content here at Robeytech. Who are downstairs right now working. Stuck on there. 10 away, guys, from unlocking that last gift card. Laser Girl. That's a cool thing. Ray tracing, Julio. It means ray tracing. Quagson. 1 gifted sub. 9 away. 9 subs away. There we go. I don't know if that would be okay right there. Let's see if we can get it to 2 more. Muddy Creek taking it to 7 subs away. We're so close, guys. I don't know if that's going to work. I think it will. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, cool. We'll just lock that one in. Take care of that. $20 seconds. Can we get the last 7 before the end of the stream, before the end of the hype train? One affects just raw power. And then also P cores versus E cores. There's a ton of differences, actually. What's up, Ed Martin? How are you, man? Poncho dropping some bits. 1, 0. Hype train has ended. Thank you very much for the 34 subs, 2,556 bits. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you. We just got to get 7 more subs to unlock that $100 Nui gift card. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Hunter Man. Yeah, let's get those likes. Let's get those likes up on YouTube, folks. What are we at from a YouTube number? Hunter Man, thank you very much. Getting dangerously close now. Okay. Cable extensions going in. You always know we're close when we're doing cable extensions, guys. That 8-pin is not, the 8-pin is not for that. The 8-pin is for the USB-C, so you can do quick charging on your USB-C. Yes, this is an airflow case. So yes, airflow in this case is going to be nice. And we've done reviews on this case before. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now our EPS is hooked up. Let's get our let's get our GPU hooked up. The last part of this whole thing. I think if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I do. Don't need that one. Hey, House of Tom dropping 7 gifted subs, taking us to 100. There we are. We're now 101. On our way to the next tier now. We haven't gotten to Tom's favorite part yet. Let's do our, let's go to, here we go. So we're at 101. There we go. Next goal is up, guys. Okay, let's get this done. Now we're moving towards a $150 new gift card. Don't know if we'll get that far. We still got a little bit of time. Everybody say thank you, Tom, for coming in clutch. Obviously, all the other sponsors like Christian McHale, Gunlauger, all you guys for dropping so much. I appreciate it. Okay, here we go. That's what it's all about. Good vibes, guys. Well, this has got 64 gigs in it, actually. Actually, there's quite a bit of RAM. Yeah, it's not. This is, and it's DDR5 RAM, which is the other thing, too. It's a unicorn. There we go. One more. And I want to give a huge shout out to Corsair, who sent us that RAM, and they sent us all the parts for this stuff. It's been awesome. So, okay, there we go. Now all we're doing is just getting our last little cables on this. Finish this build out. Then we're going to be AI overclocking this build as well. So using the AIOC utility that we saw in, that we talked about with JJ here a little bit earlier. How's it going, Miltor? There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's get this a little bit more room here. It's always a little pain in the butt here. Getting our cable plugged in, there we go. There you go. Okay. There we go. And now our cables look good. And basically the front of our build is finished. But somebody did bring up a good point. We are going to switch we're going to switch GPUs PSUs real quick. Go to 1,000 watts because we are going to overclock. Is that? Not with that one. Okay. So we're actually going to switch to a Cooler Master MWE Gold 1250 watt V2 modular PSU. Just to make sure that we have plenty of overclocking headroom. And we still get that efficiency. Okay, let's get these out, put these away. Corsair actually did sponsor the build. They did give us all the parts. Eternal. Nothing in here, like Intel gave us the CPU, Asus gave us the motherboard, and the GPU. So yeah. Okay, so here is our power supply. should be okay. This is a little bit bigger, but it should still be fine. Oops. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm back. Okay, I was just gonna see if how this, if this is gonna be an issue here. This is a big power supply. Yeah, I think just for the sake of safety, there we go. Now we have all the room in the world. Okay. I love that case, Super Swag. The P500A, one of my favorite cases. Okay, I wonder if we have any single ones. There's that one. 2. Whoa. I always like it when you get, there's a CPU. Okay. I'll use 2 of these, that's fine. 1, 2. Okay. Hey, thank you very much, Alan Stosh, and also Miltor for the sub. What is this? Oh, that's right. This is like their new. I was like, wait a minute. I feel like I'm missing a cable. You are, because they use a different input cable for this. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's that. 2 of these, right? Missing a CPU. Grab. For all that, I forgot to grab the CPU one. Okay, there it is. Okay, there we go. half X. Ooh, I've never heard of that case of Syrian. Maybe I have. I just doesn't ring a bell right now. Big old buff cable there. There we go. There we go. And see you later, Washaki. We're super close to turning it on, but I'll miss you. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's get this installed. This is really big. PSU. Big. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. It's time to celebrate. Okay, last cable. Okay, there's all the PSU stuff. $1,250 watts. Okay, there we go. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Screws in. Doesn't look like they actually gave us screws for this, so hopefully Corsair did. You give me PSU screws in the case. Usually they're pretty good about that stuff. I do not see them. Okay, well, let me check this box again and see if they actually gave me some. I'm paying attention, I guess. So just missed getting that out. Oh, there you are. Aha, I found you. My PSU screws. Okay, now go to side cam. Okay, we are at the very end of this build. There we go. Okay, let's get this in. Hefty 1250 watt PSU. Okay, last bit, guys. Okay, let's get this last thing installed. Let's get this. Oh my gosh, that went really hefty. Guys, we are at, looks like we're at 404. We need 100 likes over on the YouTube. We have 453. We have a total of 700 people watching. Just hit that thumb up button. If we get 500 likes, we'll give away a 250 gig NVMe at the end of the stream. That's super close. And we're getting close to the end of the stream too, so definitely want to make sure we unlock that giveaway. We've gotten all the other giveaways unlocked. let's get that one done. Okay, now I'll start the music again. Just a second, there we go. Okay, start the music again. Okay, now one, there we go, and two. We have quite a bit of room in the back here for, do this here real quick. More bigger ones for this. There we go. Hide that down there. Out of the way. It is not visible. Not invisible, but visible. Okay. Okay, next up is CPU. Here we go. There we go. I guess I could. I guess I could run it like this if I wanted to. I like it better down here. Yeah, I don't want to get too much with this one because I want to make sure these get. There we go. Okay. Next up, PSU, main motherboard, and then we'll our GPUs here. Okay. When's my Xmas album coming out? My Christmas album will drop soon. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be awesome. When it does come out, I don't think you guys are ready for the sheer awesomeness that'll be my Christmas album. I don't think anybody's ready, and that's why it'll never be unleashed on the world. Nobody wants world peace right away. I'll save it for when we really need it. Nobody wants universal harmony, so I'll wait. Then, only then, will I release my Christmas album. When the world is truly in need and does dire. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Dragon7602, for the sub. Unleash the K, Robey. Like you know that my Christmas album would totally be K-pop, right? Yeah, you know that, right? Like that's just a given. Okay, let's make sure that looks good on the front, and then we are good. The build should be done. There we go. Okay, there we go. Build is done. How we doing on likes on YouTubes? Urgh. 438, guys. We need 70 more. Ugh. Goes on no problem. It's always a good sign. Ugh. There we go. Cam link. There we go. Last piece. Ugh. And there it is. The entire build is done. It's all smoked out. Ready for a night on the town. There we go. Let's get all our parts put away here. Get our WOAH stick charging. Okay. And there is the build. Now, we're not going to turn it on quite yet. We got to run through deals real quick and talk about our sponsor for today's stream, which is CDK Deals. Once we're done with that, then we'll turn on our build, do our giveaways, and end the show. So we need to get our likes. We got a little bit more chance to get your likes, to get your entries in for that sub-only giveaway for GPUs. All that stuff is still happening. We're 45 away from unlocking a $150 new gift card if we want to try and get that. So, still a lot to do. Here, get this all ready. Okay. Grab our case here. There it is. Oopsie. There, right there. Then we'll turn it on and go from there. Now, with Black Friday deals, guys, this is definitely the time to get some good deals on all sorts of really great things, right? So not just PC components, televisions, all that sort of stuff. In fact, we're wrapping up our buyer's guide is in progress. They're downstairs shooting B-roll for it right now. So lots to get prepared for that as well. But before we get too far into that, I want to tell you guys about our primary sponsor, and they're like kind of our sponsor for the what? I'm not connected to what? Oh, I'm not connected to... There it goes. They're kind of our primary sponsor for the week. There it is. Okay. So I think, do we have, is it working? There we go. One sec, let's get this to work. Why is this not working? Oh, there it goes. Okay, cool. Okay. Whew. It's been a day, guys. It's been a long day, and this is getting to the very end of it for the whole week. Okay, so one of the things that I always like to talk about is basically cheap. Like when you get done, you're done with your PC. You're going in there and like, hey, I need to get Windows 10 now. Well, you know, Windows 10. So if we do a search here for Windows 10 or Windows 11, do a search, and you can see here, wow, that's usually $115.70. But with CDK deals, you can basically pick up a copy of Windows 10 Pro or Windows 11 Pro for as little as $20.93. But the best part about it, and I think we actually have a couple, let me get rid of these in here. The best part about it is that is not as cheap as it gets with our Black Friday deal that's going on right now, and obviously with them being a sponsor, if I go ahead and hit buy now, and then you're going to get taken to this page. Check this out. If you use the code RBCK, which has been down in the bottom left-hand corner for most of the show, and hit apply, you can see that the cost of the game, actually the cost of Windows 10 drops to $13.60, which you can then use for things like you can then use also for a free upgrade to Windows 11, etc. And these are legit codes. We've checked with Microsoft. You have thousands of people who've basically watched my channel use these keys over and over and over again. The other option that you also have, which is even better though, which is the one I enjoy, is Microsoft Office. So we do a search for Microsoft Office. Here's Office 365 or Office 2019 or any one of these things, but if I spell it right, so we'll do Office. Then hit search, come on. There it is. So here's Office 2020, here's Office 2021. Click on this, and it's right now it's $64.05, which, I mean, that's pricey, and Microsoft Office is, you know, it's fairly useful. I mean, I use it quite a bit, but if you, same thing, if you use code RBCK at checkout and hit apply, then now what was $64 or the cost of a game is now $41.63. So if you're, like, again, one of the things I really enjoy about using this is if you want to get a copy of Windows 10, if you want to get copies of Windows 11, and there's even things like 5 PC codes or 5 PC or Office 365 subscriptions, you should come and check out here, and you'll be able to pick up a copy of Windows 10 or Office for very inexpensively. And if you have questions about that, their customer service is amazing. And then also on top of that, you can talk to many of the individuals here within our channel who've actually used this very service to pick up their copies. Now, the other thing, and so that's CDK deals. And again, they made VIP-CDK deals just for this holiday season, given they're running some really great Black Friday. The other thing I love to tell you about, which is my favorite thing in the world, well, not really. It's not my favorite thing, but it's fairly entertaining. And so I don't know if you guys know, or many of you probably know, about RobeytechDeals.com. So if you are looking, it's Black Friday, if you're looking for gift ideas or you're looking to purchase things for yourself, you can check out RobeytechDeals.com. And this is Tom, who's basically his whole job is literally to just scour the internet and look for, basically look for deals. And he finds things on TVs, he found washer and dryer, PC components, games, game subscriptions, you name it, he's done it. And there's two ways to do that. You can check at Robeytech Deals, which is really good, and you can see the different places. And again, if you can't support me with subs, you can always use one of these links, the Best Buy, Newegg, or Amazon link, to go and support me individually. But checking out at Robeytech Deals on Twitter, you can see he's found like CPUs, RAM, there's LG OLED TVs, there's, we actually just picked up this PC, this laptop we're checking out right now, power supplies, monitors, you know, there's all sorts of lighting, all sorts of things that he finds all the time, and it happens, he basically is always updating it. The other thing too is if you're ever looking for our stream builds, you can see right here in this link right here, where it says stream builds, if you ever want to know the parts. So for instance, if we clicked on stream builds right now and you're here, you can see all of the parts that we're using for our build that's here today. So you can see we're using the ROG Z690 Maximus. We're using the i9-12900K. So if you ever thought, hey, Robey, there was a build that I really liked and it was on this date, it's all organized by date, and you can go take a look and find it at the cheapest price at Newegg, Amazon, or Best Buy as of the date of that stream. Now the last thing, and the part that I always like, is what's called stream deals, and this has been a problem. I just got finished running Amazon, so it's hard for those who are looking for deals. Right now there's some incredible deals given Black Friday, so it's hard for us to basically curate these down to a small amount. So I promise to go quickly, but here is some options for you if you're looking for either a PC build or some electronics. The Ryzen 9 5900X or the Ryzen 7 5800X. These are now sub $499, some of the best deals on the internet right now. So if you're looking to build a new CPU, again, Ryzen 9 5900X was my gaming CPU of the year last year of 2021 before 12900K. It's still the second best CPU on there, and it's $484. Even if you were going to do a 12900K, it's hard to argue for the price for performance at $484 for a 5900X. And then again, if you want to spend a little bit less money, you can get a 5800X for $341.66. Samsung Odyssey G7, it's a 1000R curved, 27-inch and the 32-inch. We have both of them are on sale right now. They're 25% off. This is some of the cheapest these monitors have ever been. It's a 240 hertz curved 1 millisync, G-Sync, FreeSync Premium. These are incredible monitors. In fact, their big brother, the Samsung Odyssey G9, is also on sale, which is the 49-inch ultra-wide for $999.99. These are their quantum dot technology, which means it uses their QLED technology. If you haven't seen it in person, I tried to show it on Amazon Live. It's hard to show how good these really look. But these prices, and if you're looking for a 32-inch or 27-inch monitor, these are great monitors at a great price. Crucial P5 1 terabyte is $89.99. This is a really good option there. The Elgato Wave 3, this is what I use for all of my streaming stuff. They're condensed, their cardioid condenser USB microphone, $120. That's a great price. And this thing does things like the controls are really great. The Wave software is really good. Probably one of the best streaming microphones out there. MSI GP series, this is a 15.6-inch, 240 hertz, i7 11th gen with an RTX 3080. Wow, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte NVMe SSD with Windows 10 Home, on sale for $17.99 at Newegg. So that is a 3080 laptop with a 1 terabyte and a 240 hertz screen for sub $2,000. That's a really good deal. RG Strix B550F, we brought this up. This is a Black Friday deal. It's 10% off right now over on Amazon at $167. This EVGA Supernova G1000 G6, the one I would have liked to have put in here. This is an 80 plus gold with a $20 rebate card. It's $129.99. So if you're looking for a good PSU, that's a great PSU option. 32 gigs of Ripsaw G-Skill. 3200 megahertz, this is CL16 by the way, for $99.99. So if you're looking for 32 gigs at less than $100, that is a steal. The XPG Spectrix D50, we've used this quite a bit. This is DDR3600, this is CL16. So if you want RGB, this is 632 gigs for $119.99. Though their RGB software can be a little bit fickle. ABS Master Gaming System, this is an i5 11400F with an RTX 3060. Wow, and 16 gigs of RAM and a 512 M.2 NVMe. I wish that hard drive was a little bit bigger, but $1299 is a hell of a steal for a 11400F with the 3060. That's a great 1080p system right there. The 32G QC, this is 165 hertz, 4K QHD 1 millisecond monitor. $299.99 is if you're not looking to spend money on that Samsung Odyssey. The Aorus FO48U. Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this one. Okay, so this is the 4K version. I haven't used this. This is a 4K OLED. Holy crap. So this is a 48-inch 4K OLED, 120 hertz, 1 millisecond gray to gray, DisplayPort 1.4, 2 HDMI 2.1, 2 USB 3, a KVM with USB-C, Space Audio, and AMD FreeSync for $1299.99. Holy crap, it's OLED. Well, I'm going to have to reach out to Aorus and get one of these. Wow, that is, yeah, I want to see that. Because I love the FV48U. I haven't seen the FO48U, so that's crazy. Okay, Seasonic FX PX850. This is a Platinum. This is great for a 3070 or 3070 Ti build. 80 plus if you want to get that Platinum rate, that Platinum efficiency. $129.99 over at Best Buy right now. Sunpack tripod. $999. Do we need a cheap tripod? Google Nest Learning Wi-Fi. I use these. $70 off. $179.99. These are awesome, and you can like remote into them, change your temperature. They learn. These are really good for home efficiency too. Seagate Firecuda 530, 1 terabyte. This is the fastest, highest terabyte written NVMe SSD. If you're looking for something for your PS3, your PS5. The 2 terabyte is awesome, but 1 terabyte for $189.99. Yes, that's expensive, but it's literally fast and it's got an insane endurance rating, so that's why it's so expensive. Team T-Force Delta RGB 16 gigs, looks like $62.99 for 16 gigs. Crucial P2. 2 terabyte. Wow, that's a hell of a price for 2 terabytes. $159.99. By the way, remember this is like on the least expensive. So if you're going to be doing gaming and stuff like that, that's fine. But if you're doing content creation or a lot of read-write stuff, specifically removing that, the P2 may not be the best option for you. But for just gaming, that is a ridiculous NVMe SSD, and $159 for 2 terabytes is a hell of a deal. ASRock Radeon RX 6900 XT. This is their Phantom Gaming. You get 1 month of Game Pass plus Far Cry 6 and Resident Evil plus a G10 router for $100 off, making it $1499. That's a 6900 XT. So if you're looking for a great deal on a GPU, there you go right there. The Musatech MAT Micro ATX power supply. I don't know, we've played with this before. $79.99 over on Amazon. And then if you're looking for a TV, these deals right here, these are OLED televisions for less than $800 for the A1. I would get the C1 over the A1. I have the 48-inch and the 65-inch and the 83-inch of these TVs. Sorry, I have the 48-inch, the 77-inch, and the 83 of the C1, and they are incredible TVs. 120 hertz, 1 millisecond response, Dolby Vision. Their AI sound is incredible. They have the best picture. If you haven't seen one, go to Best Buy, go look at it. It is crazy, and they are awesome. And for this to be this inexpensive, these are usually not this cheap. So anyway, I'm just letting you know, if you want a really good television, that's a hell of a television, and there's some really great deals right there. So anyway, guys, that is it for deals and for the fine folks over at VIP-CD Keys. If you're going to try and get an inexpensive Windows, what did you guys think of the deals? Did Tom do a good job? Oh, we need 16 more likes, guys. Dude, like Darth Zell-Eater, if you did too, man, that is such a crazy price for those televisions. Everybody say thank you, Tom. You did a good job. Yeah, he does an amazing job. He really does find really good deals pretty much most of the time. Sometimes he finds like weird ones, like that Musatech. I don't know where that was coming from. Every once in a while, just like I think Tom likes to throw things off. Okay, you guys ready to turn on the PC? Yeah, Black Friday is almost better than Boxing Day. Okay, let's get into mood mode. Tom does good work. Yeah, he does. The whole team does. Okay, here we go. Going to mood mode. Preparation for turning this on. Oh, hold on. I need to get my Wi-Fi back on. What's our likes at? We hit the YouTube likes according to this. Smoke test. Did we hit it? Did we finally hit the goal? Oh, wow. Tom does not. Tom does well. He's fine. There it is. YouTube gold reached. There we go. Okay, let's get into mood mode and get this thing turned on. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Boom. Okay, mood mode, guys. There it is. Let's go ahead and plug this stuff in. GPU first. There it is. Oh, next up. There we go. And there it is. Turn it on. That was weird. And power. And there it is. How does it look? Whoa. Well, that seems... Oh, there it is. Corsair's loaded. Look at that. Look at that. That is hotness right there. Wow, look at all that. I mean, there's just so much happening. Like between the screen and the... Like, there's just a lot of stuff going on here. Oh, I have no lights on the front. Oh, I wonder if I haven't plugged in the wrong place. Hold on. Did I plug them into the wrong port? I have no lights on my front fans. The back looks great. No, that's in the right place. One. I might have to turn them on in the thing. One, two, three. Yeah. Okay, so everything there is all in order. Okay, well, we'll check these. We might have to see in software. I mean, it's all plugged in correctly, so, and obviously the hub works. So I have to see that a little bit later on. But there is our build, guys. Okay, let's get this over. Start the giveaways right now. I don't know why the front fans aren't lit up, but we'll have that checked. Let's get this over here. Get you guys a look at it so you guys can see it. And then we'll start our giveaways. And it looks like we're going to be, the first giveaways are going to be our two, yeah, I don't know, though, even the fans are spinning in there. There it is right there. It looks like we need it. Let me turn on a little bit of light here. Okay, there you go. There, you can see that a lot better now. Let's turn on this. There we go. There's some nice extra light for you so you guys can see that a little bit better. Okay. Let's get side. Oh, you guys can see. I didn't switch the camera. Okay, let's start our first giveaway. This is exclamation point community. This is for two 250 gig NVMe SSDs. Exclamation point community. Starting this giveaway right now. Exclamation point community. And that's two. It's for two. For two 250 gig NVMe. Starting that giveaway. 2 minutes, guys. There we go. Just don't know why our front fans aren't working. 2 minutes, guys. $50 seconds. Build looks good. Should be drawing a winner here any second, guys. Getting ready to end any second. 10. There we go. Our winners are Ron Carr and Poncho 78666. Ron Core 775 and Poncho 78666. There you go, guys. Congratulations to you two. Okay, next up, we're going to be doing a $100 Newegg gift card. $100 Newegg gift card. So thank you very much for Newegg for being such an incredible sponsor. We're going to go to this exclamation point Newegg now. Exclamation point Newegg now is for this one. $100 Newegg gift card. Starting that giveaway right now. Exclamation point Newegg now. Exclamation point Newegg now, guys. Man, those temps look good. I mean, this this looks so clean. And you can make you can do GIFs on there. This also looks really good too. I mean, just the whole thing looks really clean. Just wish the front fans would work. I don't know why the front fans aren't lit up. I mean, they're definitely plugged in and everything's, I mean, obviously the hub's got power and all that sort of stuff. I'm just not sure. There might be a setting in the hub, the AIO. Sometimes that works. So, that wasn't quite on. Okay, there we go. Now there's power to all three of those. 30 seconds, guys. More that way. There we go. Looks like we want a little bit. Oops, whoops, stop. There we go. There you go. So you can get trying to get the ROG so you guys can see the ROG a little bit better. A little bit more. Okay, congratulations to Weststone. Congratulations, Weststone. You are the winner of the $100 Newegg gift card. Okay, guys, well, that is it. I appreciate you guys sticking around. That's a much longer stream than normal, about an hour and a half. But definitely wanted to get some time with JJ, who walked us through. A huge shout out to Asus, Corsair, and Intel for obviously sponsoring this build. Super appreciate them hooking us up with all the parts for this. I also want to give big shout out to JJ again. We'll have more streams with him on here. I hope everybody really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun to have him on the show and just have him walk through the motherboard and talk about all the different tech that we did from there. Now, we are back tomorrow. We are doing Eldrick's build, so it's a nice commission build. Should be a pretty fun Pretty fun stream. So that's going to be happening tomorrow. Then we're off for Thanksgiving. And then Friday, 7 a.m., we have some really awesome Black Friday deals we're going to be doing on Amazon Live. And then we're back at 11 to do a build with my daughter. We're going to be doing an NZXT BLD kit. We have some really incredible deals that are going to be coming out from them. So you're going to want to tune in for that. So that should be a lot of fun if you want to see me build a PC with my daughter. That'll be awesome. Anyway, guys, outside of that, have a great night. I'm going to see if we have anybody to raid tonight. We'll see what's going on. If not, then we will say adieu, and I will see you tomorrow. See what we got. Well, actually, why don't we go check out Coven? He's doing some. Coven's doing a little bit of Halo. So let's go check out Coven and go from there. There we go, 258 people. We're going to raid in just a couple seconds. And there we go, 269 viewers. Go ahead and hit raid now. Anyway, guys, have a great night. We'll see you on the next one. Bye, guys.